Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back for another recording of Hearthstone. Today is March 9th, and it is Friday. We've got 3 daily quests. I was given 3 Kobolds and Catacombs cards on the Americas account, so I'll need to open those decks. Let's see. You can only really trade one, so we should get rid of the 3 victories. And then that overlaps druids and destroying minions a little bit. And then winning 3 games with shaman. We are almost at the end of... Is it not even here? Like, well, I'm on my Asian account, so the random class legendary for $5, I never did. I need to do that eventually. This is about to go away. The $20 for 30 packs, which is a slight deal, except for the fact that you probably don't want to spend $20, and particularly I don't want to spend $60 because I have 3 different accounts. I suppose if you go $1 a pack, this would be $30, and if you look comparatively to say this, 2 packs are $3, so you're talking $1.50 to buy that. Of course, these, particularly the Asian and European accounts, for me are free to play only accounts. I just wanted to point that out. Like, again, also it's worth pointing out, I am more than happy to accept card pack donations, which you can do. It's kind of hard. You have to do it from the website. To gift card packs, I'd prefer Steam games, honestly, over that. But if you don't want to friend me or don't have Steam, or just really, really want to see me open card packs and do better in Hearthstone, I could understand that. And Hearthstone deck tracker just crashed. Yeah, Druid, I guess, or Shaman. One or the other. Let's start with Shaman. That would overlap more. Still trying to play ranked. We've got a Shaman deck here with Murlocs, and we have an Overload deck too, so we can go between the 2 of those. Let me just see if I can bring up Hearthstone deck tracker and see if it's going to consistently crash or not. I imagine we have a decent amount of news because of the Nintendo Direct. So because of that, I don't want to get too much into the weeds of going slow, I suppose. That a lot of that has to do with my level of awakeness. I started a little late today, mostly because of waking up a little late. My sleep schedule, and heck, every time the stupid daylight savings time happens and they shift the hours, I get used to daylight savings time for about a week before they change it again. And the whole thing is dumb. I was happy to hear Florida just passed a bill to just not change the clocks anymore. I'd like to see more states adopt that. It never really proved itself to be that useful. It may have made sense when there was a lot more farmers, but the United States has gone from a farm needing a farmhand for every, let's say, acre, which I believe that's where the measurement of an acre, what comes from is that an acre was a determined amount of square footage that one farmer could handle, to the point we've gone from the point where you needed one farmhand to do an acre to now, like, you can have one guy sit in an air-conditioned machine tractor to do maybe as many as 100 acres, if not a lot more. Like, so, and there's just considerably fewer people who are farmers, who have anything to do with farmers. So the idea of daylight savings time helping there is ridiculous. Now, if they were going to make the argument that it was to help people with seasonal affective disorder, like, not really. The most dangerous day to drive is the day after they change the clocks every year. Because people wake up late and then they're rushing to their jobs. They're not happy. It would be better just to leave the clocks where they are. It is potentially possible that some jobs might say, well, at this point your schedule's going to shift because we don't need you. Steel workers who actually have to, like metal workers who have to work during the night because it's so hot, they might change schedules a little bit, but people's job schedules change all the time anyways. You don't need a government mandated reason to roll back the clocks. Schools have always said that kids, particularly the older kids, need to sleep in longer, and that there should be a staggered start times so that the older kids come into school later and leave later, and that would also help, sort of help, parents pick up their own children if they have children of varying ages. Yeah, but I don't know why I'm talking about daylight savings time. That is the exact opposite of what I said earlier. Don't get into the weeds, don't get into rants. Let's get into the news. Before I get into news, however, man, I cannot stop myself. I finished The Force Unleashed 2. It's an incredible disappointment. Not really worth playing, unfortunately. There's about 12 challenges that are absolutely, obviously ripped out from the main game, because there's a point where you spend less than 5 minutes in Dagobah Swamp, and you don't do anything other than you walk from point A to point B, and then you see a cutscene, then you're done with that level. There's only 5 levels in all of The Force Unleashed 2. 5 locations that are broken up into about 9 levels. It's barely 5 hours of gameplay. And clearly in Dagobah Swamp, half of the challenges, which were platforming challenges and other things that you just don't see in the main game at all, because the main game is, it's only fighting. It's only walking down hallways. It is the stupidly easiest game you could possibly make, with the slight exception that I was playing on easy, and I still found some of the enemies capable of blocking my attacks and like nearly 100% of the time, and you'd have to beat on them to get a combo of some sort. The story in The Force Unleashed 2 is pretty bad. The only thing I could really say is you are better off, I think, seeing the dark side ending, the bad ending to the game, than you are seeing the good ending. But both are just kind of pointless cutscenes, and you get the good ending or bad ending by simply choosing right bump or left bump at the end of the game. The Force Unleashed as a game series, if you were to reboot it, which maybe Disney would, but I seriously doubt they would, because Star Wars Rebels stole so many ideas from The Force Unleashed, I don't see any reason why they would bring it back. But you could make a game that was that same concept, but you could have certain attacks feeding into a light side meter, experience meter, and certain attacks feeding into a light side, certain feeding into a dark side, and then based on your play style, you determine a good or bad ending, or you have certain decisions throughout the game that could be considered good or bad. These are all general concepts that were played with and used back when The Force Unleashed 2 would have come out. So they're not really amazing concepts or new concepts. Half of the collectibles were hidden behind getting platinum trophies on the challenges, it seems. If not platinum, at least gold trophies. So some of the challenges that were in the game were kind of impossible. The very first challenge is a tutorial on how to do the combo system in the game, and you absolutely needed that in the main game, because I was not even aware there really was a combo system in the game. It, to me, seemed a lot more like there was 2 or 3 combos in The Force Unleashed 2, and I was just doing those over and over again, and for all my button mashing, there's simply just not anything more. If for all the button mashing I was doing, I would have thought I would have gotten another combo, but that's not really the case. So yeah, it was a real disappointing game, The Force Unleashed 2. I would have instead, knowing that they only had 3 weeks to write their story, knowing that George Lucas was kind of not interested in running LucasArts at the time, and that LucasArts, the video game department, was getting shut down, I think I would have preferred to try to do some DLC, try to integrate what had been made up to that point into The Force Unleashed 1, re-release The Force Unleashed 1, even a couple years as like a definitive edition, and just put the elements, the new elements, in with the old elements. That then you would have had at least a long enough game and an interesting enough game. The DLC for The Force Unleashed 1 tells a more interesting story than what happens in The Force Unleashed 2. Each one of those small levels of gameplay. The other thing is, if they had just slightly more time, they could have stolen a lot of the assets from the first game and made a new game with that. The level design is the #1 problem in Force Unleashed 2. There's no level design department even mentioned in the credits that I could see. So from day one, the producers, the directors, didn't even think about level design. And you can totally feel it because there's no levels. That's it. There is just no levels. And that's usually super easy to have levels in a game. Like you can blatantly steal the general mesh of a level and then skin it 5 different ways for 5 different games, and people wouldn't even notice. So yeah, just a big disappointment, but also not as frustrating because it wasn't as long as the Star Wars Clone Wars Republic Heroes game. If I was to take my pick of the two, I think maybe I would want to play Republic Heroes, just because there's actually more gameplay there. Even if it is just annoying, repetitive killing of droids. Force Unleashed 2 at least had some variety, but not enough. I think Ahsoka as a character from the Clone Wars cartoon is kind of warming up to me, mostly because of the very few episodes I watched, or bits of episodes I watched of the cartoon. But there was conversations why Starkiller in The Force Unleashed is really one note. He barely talks to anybody else. He doesn't have any characterization, particularly in The Force Unleashed 2. He was more of a human being and a character in the first game. So yeah, I'd definitely recommend people just play the first game and pretend like, just conveniently assume that there is no second game. Moving on, there's a new game called Karchoff's Revenge that came out February 4th, 2018. It is labeled as a early access free-to-play strategy. I don't know why it's free-to-play, actually. It looks a little too nice to be free-to-play. It's kind of this puzzle tube, maybe Gary mod physics type thing. It only has like 2 English reviews, and it definitely looks like an asset flip kind of game. I suppose maybe we need a different term in these days than asset flip, because I'm not sure exactly that this is so much an attempt to flip assets as it is an attempt to make a game without really having the skill to hide the fact that the assets are pre-bought. It's you're moving around electrons in big tubes to solve puzzles in different environments in the background, and the different environments in the background seem kind of out of place. And if you screw up and give it too much power, it'll explode. So it's kind of like a physics simulator with an electronics angle to it. So for free to play, I'll put it on the follow list for me. Wow, did Enhanced Steam update itself? Because now there seems to be this flashing 5 online right now, 11 peak today, which is weird because it's a single player game according to the description. We'll get to the Nintendo Direct eventually. Okami HD is coming to the Switch this summer. That is part of the Nintendo Direct. I'm hoping that one of the many articles I have about Nintendo Direct is going to be built around telling me just everything that was at the Nintendo Direct. I watched Giant Bomb watch the Nintendo Direct video. Nothing amazingly surprising that I recall. I would say Okami HD isn't going to be so HD on the Switch because the Switch really doesn't do 1080p graphics as a base resolution, even in docked mode. To my understanding, it's still like 720p, then scaled to 1080p. But it does make a good argument for playing it on the Switch versus the PC, in the fact that it has touchscreen painting. And for the few people that would have a tablet or touchscreen on their PC, which there might be a few people out there like that, I'm pretty sure if you were playing Okami on the PC, you wouldn't be able to do the calligraphy drawing there. I want to play Okami. I've wanted to play Okami since it came out originally for the Wii. Still haven't gotten around to it. There's a long list, and part of what my channel, one of my hopes when starting my channel would have been, is to allow me to play a lot of games that I missed, because unless you just had way more time than I did, and I had lots of time to play video games as a kid, there was just always too many games, and there still is always too many games, and so the desire certainly is there to try and go back and play some things I missed. But oddly, a lot of the games on my channel I'm going back and playing a second time, and not being very efficient about it because I'd like to make some footage and do some commentary on games I really did love. I would be very reminiscent if I never played, say, Bayonetta again and did my commentary on that. I'd be very reminiscent to not play the Borderlands 1 and 2 again, because those are games that I really did have fun with and I really want to share. A lot of the games I picked also were games covered by Giant Bomb in their previous years when I was heavily following them and their quick looks, and I have a slightly different opinion about their quick looks now. They seem to really only want to play games that they're really hyped about, and they seem to always just hype people about the games they cover, which doesn't make them very good as a critical source, because they're almost 100% guaranteed to not say too much bad about a game, unless it's something like Metal Gear Survive, where of course everybody's got to cover that and say how awful that is. But yeah, some of their games, some of the indie games they pushed weren't my cup of tea. Another game that's coming out, according to the Nintendo Direct, is the remake of Luigi's Mansion, which for the 3DS, which is kind of surprising in a couple of different ways, because the 3DS already had gotten, I believe, a Luigi's Mansion spin-off, or Luigi's Mansion 2 on the 3DS, so they're going backwards in the wrong way. What's going on my internet? Yeah, so yeah, they could be sneakily just getting rid of all of their content and saying we've got to announce everything here. We've got to restart Hearthstone. I don't know. That was a pretty bad network issue. Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story plus Bowser Jr.'s Journey. So I believe maybe Bowser's Jr.'s Journey might be new. Let's see. We're continuing to play as, what were we playing? The Murloc Shaman. Let's go ahead and try the Overload Shaman. Try to get some victories. We're at rank 21 and we're not getting victories. The new ranked matchmaking does not really feel any better than the old ranked matchmaking, but to be fair, it may take a few months to get people that are really good to work their way up to rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where they belong, so that rank 21 is just full of the noobs and the non-players. Says that in this Nintendo 3DS remake of a classic Mario and Luigi action RPG adventure, fans will play as Mario and Luigi for the first. Fans can replay or play for the first time Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story, one of the most critically acclaimed games of the Mario and Luigi series. It features new graphics and a new mode that tells the story behind the scenes, story of Bowser Jr. So the Bowser's Jr. journey is more kind of DLC and not a complete game in itself, is how they're selling it. Again, just a remake for the 3DS. The other thing, I suppose this would be insane, but it's possible that the Switch is going to be not supported. This would be an insane thing to even speculate, but maybe if you were going to get rid of the Switch and go to the Switch 2, just because it's so underpowered, which would be really the only reason to get rid of the Switch right now and replace it. And frankly, if you were going to replace the Switch, you would just call it Switch version 2.0, and then you would still try to save that branding. You would try to do something different at least, and not immediately lose all the good press you've had. But for some insane reason, if you had to stop making the Switch, you would want to flood the market with your other console, the 3DS. But it makes a lot more sense that they're actually just getting rid of the 3DS elements. Let's see, I guess I want to do this. And then I guess I want to do this. And then let's just attack you. You're not at as big a risk to attack the face playing a mage with secrets. You're at a bigger risk of playing spells then. Let's see. I don't know if I have an article, but I don't even know the name of the game. The pickup artist game where most people assumed it was a joke until he started DMCAing people who were making fun of his game. I want to say the name of the game is something really on the nose, like How to Pick Up Girls or something like that. That's not been certified for the PlayStation, so it was attempting to get on PlayStation, as I assume a PlayStation Network game, and Sony said no. Fair enough. It's a full motion video game. If this guy can stay alive, and I can get 7 next time, that works. Interesting. Oh, well, I've got to kill this guy, so I have to play this, which means I can't do what I want to do. And darn it. There's a game called Dillion's Dead Heat Breakers that launches May 10th in North America and in Europe, and April 26th in Japan. Let's see. It was announced on September in 2017. It will launch on the 3DS. What is this game, though? I need to... Let's see. Post-pounding, post-apocalyptic racing games. It looks kind of like an F-Zero game. But then, now it's not an F-Zero game. Now it's a RPG with a bunch of anthropomorphic animals, and boy, the 3DS doesn't look as good as I would hope. Like, can these guys attack next turn? Darn it, next turn. How much health do these guys have? 6? So they can't be flame striked. Well, I imagine Dylan's Dead Heat Breakers is going to be one of the 3DS games that nobody ever remembers. Like, I don't really look at Nintendo and think, yeah, there's going to be some breakout successes. I more look at them and think the exact opposite. That they're going to fail pretty miserably. I should have played this first. I realized that after the fact. So I have now 5 overload guys. WarioWare Gold has been announced for the 3DS. It's launched August 3rd, North America and Europe. Let's see. 300 fast-paced micro games that can be controlled by pressing buttons, tilting the system, tapping the touchscreen, or using the microphone. WarioWare Gold is the biggest entry into the series. Let me watch the trailer just to make sure these are new micro games. I imagine they are. WarioWare was a genius concept. Alright. Because some of these are not new. They've just added a ton of micro games to the ones that already existed. Because like the nose picking micro game is pretty obvious. Yeah, but the WarioWare concept is great because you can have theoretically anybody with any off time or any intern who's new make the smallest of small games, cut their teeth on it, and not just lose that as a tech demo as you normally would in the video game industry, but instead add it to the system. Plus, it shows off the ability of the system often because like Nintendo games have microphones and tilt controls and all these other elements that that show themselves. Let's see. So we'll do 10 to get it down to 1, and then we'll do another 10 and unlock Ice Block, and then in the turn. Not Nintendo Direct related, EA has added 6 Warner Brother published games to the Origin Access. I believe Origin Access is an online streaming versions of the game, or let's see, Origin Access is nested under EA Origin's digital games platform and grants players unlimited access to any title in the Access library for the duration of their subscription. So it's kind of a Netflix concept. Let's see if this is another Ice Block. It almost certainly is. Typically, Origin Access hosts games published by EA or indie developers, but now they're getting Warner Brother games. The Warner Brother games that are being added are Batman Arkham Asylum, Batman Arkham City, Batman Arkham Origins, and the Lego Batman games, which is Lego Batman 1 and Lego Batman 2. I don't... Yeah, was there Lego Batman 3? I think there actually was. And... let's see, what do we want to do here? We've got to kill this. And then do this. And how he got a third ice block, I have no idea. Ridiculous. Totally, completely ridiculous. But I'm just gonna leave everything as it is. To be fair, Batman Arkham Asylum and the Lego Batman games are good. Batman Arkham City, I believe, is the... Isn't that the latest bad one, or is that the second game? I think that's the second game. And then Batman Arkham Origins, I think might be the bad one. If anything, this probably is just an admission that Warner Brothers needed some money, and because of that... This is bull! This is total bull! Look at what I've got! He somehow has played 3 different freaking... this card needs to be banned, or this card needs to... this needs to be changed. This is ridiculous. I had this game. Rank 21, too. Rank 21 people are playing this cheaty BS. Oh, man, I'm so angry about this. I'm tired of playing against people who have only one strategy and it always wins. Because it's just stall long enough so you can do this. It's like, this is... I'm just gonna threaten you, you freaking cheater. This is just straight up cheating. Freaking hate Hearthstone. Fix your game. Fix your game, Hearthstone. That's bull. I was playing a fun, good strategy. I had all the damage in the world, and I still can't win because you can just magically have 3 ice blocks and stall until you can play multiple copies of a card. Yeah, Warner Brothers screwed up with Batman, so now they need money probably to make a new Batman game and try again. That is kind of what Warner Brothers is in every aspect. They're just constantly making Batman movies, and they're trying to do DC Universe other things on the side, but they've always got to make a new Batman, and they've got to make a new Batman game that won't be part of the Arkham series. Gang Beast has been rated by the ESRB for the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One and the Windows PC. So I believe that rating implies that it's going to come to the Xbox One or the PlayStation 4 for the first time. Oh, and there are rumors out there that the PlayStation 5 development kits have been handed out to a few developers. So that's a little crazy, but it does imply that maybe in a year, maybe in 2 years, where you are going to see a PlayStation 5. Honestly, I still have a feeling that every time I look at a generation on the PlayStation, it just doesn't feel like it releases enough games. And that's also kind of true for the PlayStation 1 when you compare it to the PC. But it also is true to the Xbox One when you compare it to the PC, is that there's just not enough games, and I feel like Microsoft is doing a slightly good job of addressing that issue by simply having the backwards compatibility. So one would assume that the PlayStation 4, well, no, the PlayStation 5 would be from day one 100% backwards compatible with the PlayStation 4. If anything, maybe what it is that the Xbox One X proved itself to be more powerful than Sony liked, and so instead of going PlayStation 4 Pro 2, which would be your other option, they're going to just upgrade the PlayStation 4 Pro a little bit, do an iterative step, and call it the PlayStation 5. And I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't, but maybe a 10 to 20% increase in power in some metrics between the PlayStation 4 and what the PlayStation 5 might be. There's really no new technology, and RAM is only going to get more expensive, and video cards are only going to get harder to come across. Although, in the case for console makers, that's probably not a major issue. I don't like the PlayStation VR. Are they going to abandon that, or are they going to just have the PlayStation Eye still compatible for the PlayStation 4 as it was for the PlayStation 3 and the 5? Like, I said that wrong. Like, Let's go ahead and just play this. Attack here. Are the controllers going to be any different on the PlayStation 5 controllers? Why would they? Yeah, what new thing are you doing to differentiate other than just having it be slightly more powerful? And in the middle of what is a pretty turbulent time for Sony, why would you, like, who knows what this is going to look like? And when you start to approach it like from the other direction and say what software, what games are not playable on the PlayStation 4 right now, I don't think the number is extremely high. It's not a scenario like the Switch. And you really can't do something insane like release something like the Switch or a new PlayStation Vita portable system merged together. I don't think you can do that. Maybe they will. Maybe the PlayStation 5 will just have a tablet like the Nintendo Switch and be this portable thing that docks. More like I would assume it would have to be something like the Wii U, though, or the Wii. A tablet that isn't actually portable. Let's see. Another weird game was announced for the Switch this time called Sushi Striker. It's launching June 8th. It definitely looks like a Japanese game. Let's see. You eat sushi and throw. One of the announcements, it's like a combo, fast-paced combo game. It actually looks like it might be an interesting challenge with the wrappings of some insane JRPG anime-esque storylines. Like, as sushi moves around the carts, a lot of it is not lit up. Because you start with one type of sushi and then you have to find all the copies of that same sushi going up and down 5 different conveyor belts that are going in different directions, left to right or right to left, to make a large enough combo to attack the enemies. It's kind of like a mobile game. Let's Let's see, what was this guy's health? I wouldn't be surprised if that one becomes a niche hit, because at least it's something different. Crash Bandicoot Insane Collection is coming to the Nintendo Switch, Xbox One, and Steam July 10th. I recently played Crash Bandicoot on an emulator, and it doesn't really feel like a game I'd want to play, honestly. So, like, I'm gonna make the same statement that I say for a lot of games, and I kind of want it, but in all fairness, it probably would be a game that I barely did a spotlight on for 30 minutes, and that's it. Unless the new Insane trilogy just plays a lot better, which is not what I heard. I heard it played worse than the original game, and the original game doesn't control very well. It's old tank style controls. And the game concept for the Crash Bandicoot games, for the most part, except for the racing parts, are just running down platforms, whether side to side or back to front, and trying to collect 100% of all the boxes. Otherwise, the game is going to admonish you for not collecting all of the boxes and getting to the end of the levels. It's a pretty simplistic, pretty boring game. I don't hear a lot of people even trying to defend it. It's not a Sonic game. It's worse than a Sonic game in concept. At least in Sonic, you have that fast-paced idea and more interactable enemies. I would say it feels Sonic, and Sonic Spinball came out and added a different twist to things. Wow. Well, it's time to break up this recording. We're not doing very well at all. 3 victories with the Shaman. We got exactly 0 in 50 minutes of gameplay. And I'm playing at rank 21. That's incredibly frustrating. Incredibly frustrating. Particularly that one game where people just start cheating. I'm going to have to give in, I think, next expansion and just make a mage deck built around that cheating meta game. Because that seems like that's the only way I'm even going to get up rank now. Is just by playing the meta decks, just playing like everybody else and cheating. And that's where your multiplayer MMO type game falls apart, is when everybody has to cheat just to stay competitive. I mean, this is basically the Olympics now. Everybody has to blood dope. Everybody has to be on steroids because of just a lack of good matchmaking on the part of Blizzard. Well, that's it for this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below in the description box. If you want to support me, give me a game on Steam. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, March 9th. We are not doing great. Not doing great at all. We need to get all 3 of these things done, but we were playing with Shaman and trying to get 3 wins. We almost got 1 win, but then the player decided to cheat effectively using that awful mage deck. Let's see, we need a druid deck full of druid cards. So we have 2 pirates here, so I'm just going to get rid of this wild deck because we're on my agent account and I don't see any reason to have any wild decks at all. And the weird thing here is, because I'm just going to be playing to play Druid cards, I might as well just continue to play ranked. It doesn't matter if I win or not. It will only matter if I lose, if I can get up higher in the ranking level. So, standard rank 21 with this new custom Druid. Go! Boy, did that game irritate me. And in general, it's irritating to spend 50 minutes playing Hearthstone and not able to get even a single victory. Like, if we extrapolate that kind of win ratio out, I could stream for 12 hours, if I could physically stream for 12 hours, and potentially not get any victories. Like, 0 times 12 is still 0. But let's be a little bit more fair and say maybe I get 1 or 2 victories in an hour. Then, so what? I mean, if I stream for 12 hours, I've gotten maybe up 1 or 2 ranks. I really couldn't be one of those Twitch streamers that just plays Hearthstone. Really couldn't. Speaking of staying up, I said in the before we started the silent post show in the last stream that I almost guarantee that I'm gonna fall asleep in that stream. I literally did fall asleep for like 50 minutes, and because the controller was on my bed, just general tossing and turning was moving the mouse ever so slightly, so it wasn't logging me out of Hearthstone. But I literally had the mouse in my hand and just fell asleep, and then woke up 50 minutes later and grabbed the mouse and continued playing. That is by far a new low in quality for me, certainly. But still, 50 minutes of just Hearthstone on the screen probably helps my channel. That's how bad the YouTube algorithm is. It doesn't care what you're showing. It doesn't care if anybody's watching. If you're streaming at all, it will slightly promote that. Which that certainly shouldn't be the case. Let's keep on playing. I have a lot of news to go through today, and this feels like it's going to be a typical Friday where nobody comes on the chat or anything. I think maybe I need to put a rule here. Say hi. Say hi when you watch a stream. Like, I think that would be very helpful if I could convince people to always just get in the chat, say hi. If they never say anything else in the chat, that's fine. That would just be more engagement and better promote my channel, and it would at least give me some energy, because right now when I see nobody in the chat, like, I can't see who's watching or the number of people who are watching. So there could be 10 people watching right now, there could be 0 people watching right now. I don't know. I'm looking at the chat. That's the only thing I have a screen to watch. So yeah, that'd be very helpful. There's a new game that came on Steam called Wild Glory. It came out March 8th. It looks like a kind of fighting game in the Coliseum. Maybe tile-based fighting, or maybe not. Maybe just full action fighting. It desperately needs a video. Let's see. Let me watch this video. There's a bunch of coins, and it looks like there's different types of ground. Yeah, it's not a tile-based game. It's full action. Looks like it might be it's local multiplayer co-op, so it's nothing for me. I couldn't play it. It won the SB Games winner for games by students in Cortiba 2017. I've never heard of this award. Man, I should have played this first. There we go. Reviews. Let's see, the only one in English is positive. Honestly, this game doesn't look bad. And that's really pretty consistent in student games that I've seen. Like, when you're a student and you're getting a grade on something, and it's a project even with one person or just a couple people, they seem to do a lot better quality small indie games than half the small indie developers out there that are just selling asset flips or haven't even gone to college yet. I'd love to see some statistics of the age of some of the developers of people that are releasing games on Steam. Let's see, what do I have? 3, so I can do this. And I can do this. And before this guy gets killed, I'm just going to go ahead and heal to play yet another card. So yeah, Wild Glory looks good. I can't fully suggest people buy it. Let's see, how much is it? $2.99. Until it gets like some more reviews, and it's totally multiplayer only, local multiplayer, so you'd have to have a group of friends, but there's nothing super wrong with it. Moving on, Gematsu. I guess I've kind of stopped pointing out where I'm gonna get the articles from. I think I'm gonna only point that out if I think they're doing a biased article. 1 damage and draw a card, or 3 damage. I think I need to draw a card, so I'm gonna do this. And play this. Remember, I only really have to play cards, so if I lose here, it doesn't matter. There's a game called Saga, S-A-G-A, Scarlet Grace, coming to PlayStation 4, Switch, PC, and smartphones. That is quite the wide range from the PS4 and PC, which are what I say top tier consoles or platforms, to the Switch, which is a mid-tier platform, and smartphones, which is clearly a low-tier platform, which the low has certainly improved. Like, smartphones are pretty powerful, but they still don't have graphics cards in them that are designed to play games. With a name like Scarlet Grace, you kind of know that this is a Japanese style game. Scarlet Grace which was originally launched for PS Vita in Japan in December 2016, and blah blah blah. Square Enix announced it will be called Saga Scarlet Grace Hero no Yobu Scarlet Ambition. In Scarlet Grace, players choose between 4 protagonists and live out the story of each character. It uses a free scenario system that changes the story based on the player's decision, and you can befriend over 70 characters. Combat uses a strategic battle system, even among traditional RPGs based in the system. In that system is a timeline as well as sparks and party formation. So I want to watch the trailer on this one. This was yet another Nintendo Direct. Although, why? Like, this is one of those reminders of the Nintendo Direct. While it may be in English, it's still from a Japanese company and speaking to the whole world. So this looks like an old school JRPG. There's a large group of people that have timers, I believe. So it's one of those timer-based attack systems that aren't great. A lot of the animations, there are some 3D animations that look good, but a lot of it seems to be bad too. So I think you're gonna get very inconsistent animation in this game, and it's kind of just a JRPG. So yet another JRPG that you probably wouldn't want to play until it has proven itself, if it was going to prove itself to be the next, you know, Secret of Mana, Chrono Trigger. Meanwhile, Square Enix is failing to even remaster and re-release a good version of Chrono Trigger or Secret of Mana. This one is interesting because I'm hoping this comes out to the West, but I imagine it's not. Right now it's just saying it's coming to Japan. But Taiko Drum Master, Nintendo Switch version, has been announced. It's going to include songs from Super Mario Odyssey and Splatoon. I'm sure most people in the West or outside of Japan don't know who Taiko Drum Master is, but it's a cutesy drumming simulator game. So if you know a drummer in your life, Taiko Drum Master is the game for them. Playing with the Switch, you'd be using the Joy-Cons unless they come out with an accessory that is an actual drum, which would be nice. There will be support for HD Rumble. I kind of wish Taiko Drum Master would come out to PC too, but it's not. I don't think it's actually as a first-party Nintendo game, though. But it was part of the Nintendo's Direct, but a lot of third-party people were in that Nintendo Direct. Taiko Drum Master is effectively a simplified yet faster version of Guitar Hero. There's different types of ways that you hit the drums to make different sounds, so it's not as simple as just you bang the drum and that's good. Donkey Konga, I think, may have been a modified version of a Taiko Drum Master game, and Donkey Konga did come out to the West, and it worked pretty well. It was a pretty fun kind of party game. Personally, I still have no beat, so I probably wouldn't do that well with it. And as a YouTuber, I don't know, like, if I'm beating on drums, I don't know how I'd record myself talking while beating on drums. That would be very loud and very annoying. Let's see, Phantasy Star Online 2, Cloud launches April 4th in Japan, which apparently includes Link from the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, hairdo and costume and accessories. Let's see, Fantasy Online Star Online currently, let's see, I need to make sure I'm playing too. Currently is available for the PlayStation 4 and PS Vita and PC in Japan. Fantasy Star Online 2 Cloud is the same good, but instead of running locally, it runs in the cloud. Wow, like, that's an interesting development in video games. It's like this game is now just going to become online instead of being, well, I mean, theoretically Phantasy Star Online was always online. It's just whether or not the, oh, and they've got a female version of the Link outfit, so if you have any desire to play as a female Link, Phantasy Star Online 2 Cloud may be the game for you. There are definitely fans of the Phantasy Star Online series, but yeah, maybe I could get into it. It seems like it's a fast-paced kind of RPG game. Seems like something more that we could do. I'm still very iffy on which JRPG is the right JRPG to play, and almost certainly it's one of the old Final Fantasy games, not Phantasy Star Online. Like, get in there and play Final Fantasy 3, 7, 13, all the 13s. That'll keep me busy for a decade. Let's see, this, and this, and this, and that. Super Smash Bros. Has been announced for the Switch, due out in 2018, with the inklings from Splatoon. It's really just been teased. No real information other than the inklings from Splatoon are going to be added. I'm pretty sure there already was a Super Smash Bros. Though, so I'm a little confused. If this is the first time they've had Super in front of the name, have they been calling everything else something different? Maybe they have. They also are bringing out some DLC for Splatoon that's like a single player experience, that if you pre-order it now you'll get some more skins for the multiplayer experience in Splatoon. I would play the single player experiences of Splatoon, certainly, if it was on PC. And Nintendo didn't copyright claim everything. Those two big ifs. Like, as a first-person shooter designed around being family-friendly, that's very intriguing. That being said, I also put Senran Kagura Peach Beach Splash in my wish list over a couple days ago, because that's kind of the exact opposite. It's a first-person shooter designed around people who like looking at anime girls in bikinis. So definitely not family friendly, and I certainly would play that game too. It really just comes down to, can I be critical of the game, and can I inform the appropriate customer to play the appropriate game? If I was making Splatoon, I'd be criticizing it from the perspective of, this is a game that you would want the youngest of your youngest kids to play. They're not old enough, in your opinion, for them to be playing, say, Halo or Borderlands or Battlefield or Battlefront or anything like that, because those are too violent and too realistic. So you go into Splatoon, where it's paintball, it's squid kids, it's disassociated from reality. And so I'd say, yeah, probably Splatoon's a good game for anybody 10 or older. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's still just a little too difficult a game for people below 10, and maybe a little too violent even then, if you're going E for everyone instead of E10 plus, depending on the kid. Whereas Senran Kagura Peach Beach Splash, I think you pretty much say this is a mature and adult only game, so 16-year-olds at most, probably 18-year-olds should be playing the game. It's for people who are thirsty, to use a colloquialism, and want to see something slightly lewd. That's their main selling point. Moving on, there's a game called Octopath Traveler launching July 13th. A limited edition is announced. It's coming to the Switch. In this limited edition box, I have no idea what this game is, but it seems like it comes with a book, a map, and a diorama that folds out of the box. Like a cardboard folded up origami-esque diorama of a saloon stage. Alright, we played the druid cards, and now we just need to come to casual and start playing some of the shaman decks and see if we can maybe get some quick disconnects or something. Let's see. It's a Square Enix game. Let's see. Let's watch this, what the actual game is, though. It has kind of more of a fantasy style animation. The previous RPG, not Phantasy Star Online, but one of the previous RPGs I mentioned also kind of had that fantasy style animation. It's not going for an anime-esque look. I guess if you can divide the world into two different types of art style, there's which you can certainly. A lot of what I'm seeing right now is kind of 8-bit, arguably maybe better described as 16-bit pixel art characters that are way zoomed out, but then there's a lot of things that look like they might not actually be in the game, just like screen bumps in this trailer that show more zoomed up art pieces. This kind of looks like it might be an RPG more around the idea of Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley is very barely an RPG in the sense that you can go in the cave and fight, and you can level up your systems. This does have some fighting, but it seems to also be very focused around working with the with different like abilities. So you're a merchant and a warrior. Like there's apparently a double class system. Let's see. We have a new person on the chat called GK Gaming that says hi, and then he says notice me, and then he puts a bunch of emojis of head speaking. Like, and he did all of these 4 posts in less than 2 minutes. 2 minutes ago was when his last post. Jeez, learn some patience. I'll see your comments. Yeah, I don't know about Octopath Traveler though. It looks like another RPG that might be the beginning of a new RPG series, but that happens so rarely. It's not realistic to hold your breath assuming that that's going to happen for any of the many RPGs that get announced, and most of them do get finished and released, but they don't consistently thrill the kind of niche audience that exists. One thing I will say about the Nintendo Direct videos on YouTube is they do have some good like SEO on them, because they are suggesting other Nintendo Direct videos after you watch each Nintendo Direct video. Tragic Master came on and put in a smiley face. Hi, Tragic. Tragic, I just got the gym that I traded you for a coupon, the one gym where I was trying to give you the coupon. Did you just get that coupon, or did you immediately get that coupon? Because if it turns out that giving a coupon to somebody takes weeks and weeks for it to be processed and accepted, I guess I really can't trade coupons, because the coupon was expired, or would be expired. So So if that coupon was expired and you couldn't use it or you didn't want to use it, let me know, because I want to apologize for that and not do it again. Or if it worked perfectly fine, that's fine. It may very well be that because I initiated the trade, they held on to that one gem for me, but they gave you the coupon instantaneously as soon as you accepted the trade. I didn't. Steam's not really great about telling me anything, so I didn't even know you accepted the trade. I thought you had just kind of either ignored it or declined it, which would have been fine too. Let's see. Like, I really want it to work so people can friend me and say, hey, if you want this coupon that I've got in my inventory, take it, because I'm not going to use it. I've got several coupons for Sega games in my inventory right now I'm not going to use. And right now I'm just really over budget. So, like, I'm not going to really be buying any games for quite a while. I'm missing out on some Humble bundles I would have liked to purchase, but I'm not even capable of spending the $1 or the $20 at most to buy a Humble Bundle. And some of that, well, really none of that actually has anything to do with YouTube and the demonetizing me. It just has to do with other things. Only in the longest stretch of the imagination to say that YouTube has always been underpaying content creators, and because they've always been underpaying me for the 4 years I've been running my channel, that's why I don't have extra cash now, which that is a valid argument that you could make with any job. It's like, if you'd been working at McDonald's for 5 years and they'd been paying you way too little, yes, you won't have any money saved up for that kidney transplant you need, or whatever it is. Moving on back to games, Dark Souls Remastered has a free network test right now, and a Switch amiibo. Praise the sun. Switch amiibo has been announced. The Switch amiibo just causes your character to praise the sun, from best that I can tell. I really am trying to win here, so let's see if we can do something to keep myself from dying. Let's see. The free network test gives players the ability to play Dark Souls Remastered prior to the launch. Let's see. What can you play the network test on, though? I guess maybe you can play it on everything. It's coming out for PlayStation 4, the Dark Souls Remastered, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. And this is exactly what I suspected they were going to do. Like, it was barely a month ago that they shut down the servers for Dark Souls. Or was that Demon Souls? Either way, I think it was both. Maybe at different times. And as soon as they shut down the servers, they come back with a remastered version. And what if they should come back with a remastered version and shut down the servers on that one? Like how many different times are they going to sucker people into buying the same game? One assumes the remastered version is better than anything, better graphics than the previous version. And you really wouldn't want to bring Dark Souls over to a new console without calling it a remastered version, even if it really wasn't, because that would just be a backwards compatibility announcement, which is not gonna sell you more copies. They're kind of adopting the anime style of releasing some Japanese games where, you know, there's the original release of of a DVD. Then there's a Blu-ray version of the show, and then there's a remastered version. And then let's recut it. Let's make Dragon Ball Z. Then let's make Dragon Ball Z Kai. And then, but before we release Dragon Ball Z Kai, let's do Dragon Ball Z Remastered, because they did that too. Like Dragon Ball Z in particular, if you went back and looked at the history of how many different times they released that, they released it on VHS, DVD, Blu-ray, remastered, Dragon Ball Z Kai. I'm sure there's a Dragon Ball Z Kai remaster coming out. Subbed, dubbed versions to confuse the issue. But you really don't need that in games. Either you are releasing the game, or you're actually remastering the game. And if you put the phrase remaster on the game, I want video game players to hold companies to a high standard on what a remaster means. I would argue the Bulletstorm remaster probably didn't need to happen and wasn't much of a real remaster. I'm sure there's a lot of other games that if I thought really hard about it, I could find that also claimed they were remastered, but they were barely upscales. Yeah. Tragic Master says, coupon you say? I did not know about a coupon, so I don't know if I got it or not. Yeah, look in your Steam inventory and see if you got a coupon or not. That, like, you accepted the deal. I got the one gem I was asking for it. So you should have gotten a coupon. Otherwise, you just got screwed by Steam. A Tragic Master says, I only play Hearthstone at the moment. Thinking about reloading Diablo 2, though. Try the perfect drop mod for fun. Ooh, that's an interesting phrase of a mod. Diablo 2 perfect drop mod. So, does that mod just guarantee you the highest perfect drop you would get at your level, or does it always give you the best, like, highest gem possible? I guess it would be really boring if the mod just gives you the strongest swords always, and it's just the same sword over and over again. Because I don't even think in Diablo 2 that there is a durability system. So you would just get rid of your weapons because you got better weapons. So it would have to be leveled some way. Otherwise, in the first 5 minutes, you'd have like the best gems ever, the most number of sockets you could put on a weapon. I like the idea of that mod, though. You're tempting me, Tragic Master, to do a playthrough of Diablo 2 modded, even though I haven't played the game unmodded. I definitely don't have time for that. And frankly, if I was going to play Diablo 2, I'd feel a little... I feel required to play Diablo 1. And I don't know if I have time for that either. I always have in the back of my head this hope and this myth that maybe I could play something that is pretty brainless like Diablo. Because, let's face it, in Diablo all you're doing is clicking. Click, 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 click. And pressing a few keys to keep your health and mana up. It's an interesting enough control scheme, but it's not super complicated. In the back of my head, I always think maybe this would be a brainless game where maybe I wouldn't feel like doing more complicated gameplay for other games, but I would play this. However, that's what Hearthstone was supposed to be, and it doesn't really work. Great. Finally, one victory. Tragic Master. I've not run Steam in about a year and a half. Maybe I'm... Oh, sorry, Tragic. Sorry, I've confused you. Yeah. I'm sorry. I confused you with Travis. Just the TR. Like, I I traded with Travis and not you, because I don't even. Yeah, if you haven't run Steam in a year, you haven't even friended me on Steam. So yeah, my apologies. The names all blur in my head. Yep. Let's see. Tragic Master also says, perfect drop mod allows you to get the best drops per leveled area, so you get perfect uniques like Big and Bonnet level 5. But later you get to carry a full inventory of tortures plus anise, which I don't know what anise is. A-N-N-I-S. It also adds new crafting recipes, so you can craft high runes plus materials for crafting early, and you get perfect rolls on the rune words. That does sound very interesting as a mod. Like, particularly since I have played Diablo 2 and playing the basic experience isn't as good. I could certainly see in Skyrim, if Skyrim just gave you ridiculous amounts of experience in the first 5 minutes, so that you were always at level 100 with all the skills and all the abilities. Just start completely maxed out. That would be cool. Like, the skill points in particular would be very nice on something like Skyrim. Like, that's not probably the experience you'd want the first time you played through, but second time, sure. I wasn't even really aware that Diablo 2 had mods support. I guess it doesn't really need mod support if you can just squeeze mods into a game. Darn it. So we're playing against the mage. So anytime playing against the mage, there's room for frustration. It's quite the commitment to play just Hearthstone. Tragic Master continues, your inventory is expanded full page instead of bottom 1/3, and you get like 28 pages of space in your chest instead of 1/2 of 1 page. Interesting. Yeah, so no encumberment basically in Diablo 2. No, not as much, if I'm understanding Tragic, running back to the main city to empty out your chest. Not if I am thinking about Diablo 2, I've played several games like that where you've at a certain point you're just dumping garbage items on the ground and leaving them there to despawn. A mod like that starts to directly criticize what they chose to actually do in the release of Diablo 2, because when you see a mod that effectively makes everything better and more playable and have less grind in it, less busy work in it, you have to question why the grind and why the busy work was there in the first place. And so many games of the old, and even games of new, are still full of grind, designed to keep you playing games, and that's kind of what Ubisoft's goal now is. Instead of doing annual releases, it's to get people to just keep playing the current games that they've already bought, and buy more microtransactions and grind through that. That's also what Battlefront was trying to do, is make you grind through things or spend microtransactions to not have to grind. imagine Diablo 2 if it had microtransactions in it. It would just make the game so much worse. See, Tragic Master says the game is scaled a little higher to compensate, but it's designed for players to maximize their in-game character builds. There was certainly in the old days when you only got a few games. Wow, second victory. Great. One more victory and then we can move over to the European account. Like, back in the old days, and when you're a kid and only get 1 or 2 games maybe a year, Diablo would have been a great game to get because you can play it over and over again and continue to level up your character. Now, from an adult's perspective, I'm like, I don't have time for that. From somebody who has hundreds of games on Steam, I'm like, yeah, I don't have time to play Diablo 2 twice in a row, let alone continue to play it over and over again. Moving on though, Nintendo has inked a deal with Yo-Yo to bring Game Maker Studio 2 games to Switch, which seems a little crazy. Game Maker Studio is a software on Steam that that lets people who don't know how to make games try to make games. It's kind of like RPG Maker in a sense. It's not as much an engine like Unity or Unreal where you really do need to have some C++ experience and know how to program and know how to actually make something that's different and unique and stands out amongst all the other things. Let's see. The news was announced today at the Nintendo confirmed at the Nintendo Direct that there will be a Switch version of Toby Fox's Undertale, the award-winning game RPG built with Game Maker. Undertale is made with Game Maker, but Undertale doesn't succeed because it's a Game Maker game. It succeeds because it has an interesting story and got a lot of hype from the games press. Let's see. It says Nintendo are planned to release a Nintendo Switch edition of Game Maker Studio 2. So people on Switch using a Switch are going to try and make video games. Like a Mario Maker type thing, except for video games. And if you get that to any other Switch, it's questionable. I'd imagine you can make a game, save it to an SD card, and give it to your friends. Maybe post it on the internet, and that's it. I bet when Nintendo launches its eShop, they won't allow you to post Game Maker 2 studio games to that. Particularly since Nintendo's eShop has already said they weren't going to have a indie section at all. See, they say we're working hard to ensure the Nintendo Switch version of Game Maker Studio 2 retains the already excellent functionality of the engine. We are committed to supporting developers and studios who are keen to make the jump to the Nintendo record-breaking console. Let's see. Game Maker Studio came out last March, so it's been out for 1 year. I really don't get this. I suppose I could be misinterpreting it, and what they're saying is that if you make a game in Game Maker Studio Nintendo Edition on your PC, the game will run on the Nintendo Switch. But I don't think that's what that means. I think the actual development studio is going to be on the Switch, and it's probably not going to be that useful. That sounds really annoying to have the Switch flooded with terrible games. Tragic Master said Diablo 2 did have microtransaction JSP. I never used it. 8 years playing until last year I played. It was a great way to do trades efficiently. GSP is not Blizzard, but has been around since the beginning, honor-based system with a solid community. I found this out 7 years late. So, I guess that's you. I guess you get online and you trade people items. I guess that would be how that would work. Let's play this. Guess I could have played this and this instead. That would have been a smarter move. Alright, PC Gamer has an article. Here's the violent video game montage shown at the White House today, but that would have been actually yesterday. From what I hear, whoever made this video for the White House literally just stole video from Let's Players. And so it'd be kind of funny if this is if this video and the White House's YouTube channel got DMCA'd. Takedown notice. And so they're hunting and pecking and taking images from a lot of first-person shooters and horror games, and the infamous scene where you gun down people in the airport. A lot of these are probably story breaking. The stabbing animation from one of the Wolfenstein games, shooting people in Fallout. I wouldn't be surprised if some of this footage turns out to actually have mods in them. The Sniper Elite games that do the brutal X-ray stuff. Evil Within death scene animation that I never even saw because I didn't die in that section. And then every single video here is putting itself back to see, so interesting in that video, there's really no violence that I haven't ever seen before, and no violence in that video that really caught my attention. The bottom part of this article says Representative Vicky also told the Washington Post that while the montage was playing, Trump asked attendees, "This is violent, isn't it?" Which, honestly, my response there, whether it played well or not, would have been to say, no, actually it isn't. Because this is fiction. But that might just get down to a wordplay semantics game. Let's see. Overload cards, minions, and warlock cards. Now on the European account. Yeah. There we go. Overload. And rank 23. Might as well play ranked. The footage includes, to quote the PC Game article, the footage includes Nazis being shot, which everyone used to agree was a good thing. Yeah, you didn't need to put that. Let's see. The clips comprise just over a minute of footage, more than enough to base sweeping policy decisions on. Yep, whatever. Your opinions on it. Here's the thing. If you go and watch some of the Vietnam movies, Watership Down, if you go watch some of the Tarantino films, I could pick out more violent content from one Tarantino film alone and make more footage and do more edits. Just in Kill Bill Volume 1 would be a great example of movies that are completely full of violence. There's really nothing you're proving there. But I mean, this whole thing is just kind of a distraction. It's just a NRA talking point to get away from blaming guns for actual gun violence. I saw somebody made a meme picture that was pretty funny. It was like the Captain Picard frustrated meme where it's like, if you think society is actually affected so easily by video games, then why would you give them guns? And that is a pretty fun twist on it. If you actually are arguing that children in society are so affected by fiction, where we've had thousands and thousands of years of fictitious stories going back way further than Shakespeare, full of violence, then why do we let anybody have weapons at all? If we're just gonna create a baby society where we can't trust people with anything at all, why are we allowed knives to cut food? Like, why are we allowed forks? I, on one hand, kind of wonder if it wouldn't have been better for the ESA to be a little bit less political and just say, we're not going to waste our time or the White House's time by even showing up. But I mean, that's politics in a nutshell. The White House having a meeting and talking about violence in video games is literally just the White House wasting everybody's time and the taxpayers' money, because somebody was paid to make this video, somebody was paid to organize that meeting. And by the way, it wasn't just video game creators and White House staff there. They also invited several people who have made it their mission to say video games are too violent for no reason, and also no scientists at all. And at the end of the meeting, what does Trump and the White House come out and say? They come out and say that we agree that we've seen research that says video game violence does affect kids. There's no research. They just said whatever they wanted, which, I mean, that's kind of what Trump does always. Let's not get into too much politics. But the outcome, the press release statement, was written before the meeting even happened. It was a huge waste of time. Now, to be fair, I'm not super hysterical about this, because nothing's probably going to happen from this. It's just a bunch of politicians making hay for getting press by saying ridiculous and pointless things. When you compare people blaming video games for school shootings compared to the YouTube adpocalypse, which is a little bit closer and more related to my situation right now, the difference one hopes and one thinks is that government is controlled by laws, and it's slow to make any changes, which is often a good thing. So the government is not going to overreact like YouTube overreacted with the adpocalypse and ban all video games. Like the Supreme Court has already ruled that you can't even ban the sale of mature games to underage kids, which, in fairness, I think that's kind of extreme in myself. I would be perfectly fine with saying mature rated games can't be sold to somebody under 18. But really, it's just store policies right now that are saying that. And it doesn't really matter, because parents buy it for their kids and they don't look at it. Inherently, that the video game people should have asked Trump. It's like, what do you know, and what are you looking at for your own kids playing video games. What is Baron Trump playing? Because you're looking at a footage here of mature rated games that are not appropriate for people under the age of 18. So if this is what you're seeing in your own home on the second floor of the White House, if this is what Baron Trump is playing, it is because you are not informed and you are a bad parent as far as video game monitoring is going on. He shouldn't be letting his kid, who is under 18, play mature rated games. And maybe the ESA has, and video game industry in general, has been bad about really educating and informing parents. But parents these days play games themselves. They know the rating system. They know whether they care or not what their kid plays. But I'm getting too much of a rant. City Skylines has sold over 5 million copies on PC alone, which City Skylines did pretty good. It did not, however, work for me because of the just general lack of scaling. I couldn't see the icons. I couldn't understand what I was clicking on. Also, it's just kind of a Sim City type game that didn't really interest me. Let's see. Somebody made a joke. What would happen if the United States government ever found out that anime existed? Like some of those 80 animes that were extremely violent too would just blow their head out of the way. And I'm not even talking about the full-on sex anime hentai stuff either. I'm talking just general mature rated anime. Like, oh boy, would they have a field day if they ever knew about that. Don't tell anybody that exists. And certainly you probably could have found a lot less popular games that were a lot more violent. But they wouldn't have had as much realistic graphics, I suppose, or much general appeal. And they're really sticking to some pretty obvious ones. Grand Theft Auto being a little too cartoony by today's standards, not in that montage. Like Fallout 4 was the least artistic looking, realistic art looking game. What am I supposed to be doing right now, by the way? I've kind of lost the plot. Am I supposed to be playing cards, or am I supposed to be winning? I think I'm supposed to be playing Overload cards. Fox Next has opened a new studio to create story-driven games. It will be a San Francisco-based studio called Fog Bank Entertainment. I would really like to know, however, who Fox Next is, because they're not a company I've ever heard of. Let's see, Fox Next, Wikipedia. Fox Next is a video game virtual reality and theme park division announced by 20th Century Fox. Okay, so the movie people are getting into making virtual reality things. Let's see, what games? Like, there's not even a list here. Gotta play. Let's see. Virtual reality, augmented. They're the makers of The Simpsons Tapped Out, Alien Isolation. Let's see. Marvel Strike Force. So it's cell phone games and VR games and theme park games. Yeah. I was wondering about that Fox name. I was like, why is this related to Fox, the movie company, or is this just the same name for some reason? Like, I don't think you'd really get away with creating a company called Fox in any kind of entertainment industry at all, even if you're not making movies or TV shows. I think 20th Century Fox would come down on you hard for that. Alright, I think we're done with the White House announcements. So I think this is also a good point to break up the recording. We're falling a little behind, and we may just end up making like 4 recordings today. Yeah, I need to play 4 more Overload cards and defeat more minions, and then we can play Warlock cards, and then maybe in less than 20 minutes, if I get really lucky, in the next recording we'll be done. That's it for this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, March 9th, and we are streaming. Started a little late, so it's kind of late. We're hoping to kind of play Overload cards, kill minions, and then maybe get through the Warlock quest quicker than normal. I don't really need any victories, so that makes a decent time to play ranked. Actually, I do need 2 ranked wins to get the card back. I think with the new system, it is possible that I will miss some of the card backs that happen, just because I'll forget that I'm supposed to do them. There's nothing actually in Hearthstone that tells you whether you have the card back, the 5 ranked wins you need to get, until you win or lose. In fact, I don't think you even see the notification unless you win, and after you have all 5 wins, I don't think you see the notification at all. Which is going to make it difficult to stay on top of that with 3 different accounts. Hatsune Miku VR came out on Steam March 8th. It's rated very positive, 67 out of 99 users. Well, no, 87 out of 99 users rated it positively. So, do you have to play it with VR? Yes, requires a VR headset, so that's a shame. Hatsune Miku is potentially getting pushed out as the VR girl of the time. There's a new virtual YouTuber that is growing in popularity, and Hatsune Miku's music is its own niche thing that loses some popularity when it's a non-Japanese audience. Like, even if she's singing in English, the software, the Vocaloid software that is used to make her sound is not speaking in a good English dialect that is easy to understand for Westerners. There's a lot of Hatsune Miku games that have come out as mostly to just make more money. Let's see, how much is this one? 20% off for $20. If you have a VR headset, this probably would be one of the things I would buy, though. Like, because at the very least, you know it's not total just VR trash for that exists for no reason other than to milk people out of money. This is Hatsune Miiku's dancing around singing, and you're supposed to hit the musical notes in kind of a rhythm action game. I saw another VR game. It was called like Rhythm Saber, where you have two lightsabers and you have to swipe them to the rhythm and hit these boxes that are floating towards you. It looked pretty interesting. Warhammer Vermintide has come out, which is to say I probably will never play. No, Warhammer Vermintide 2 has come out, which is to say I probably will never play the first one, which kind of sucks. Like, Vermintide's too much of a multiplayer game. It looked weird enough and different enough that it would have caught my attention otherwise. But the multiplayer aspect and the fact that at best it's a AA game and not a AAA game, so people are not likely to play Vermintide over, say, Counter-Strike Go or something like that. So it's not going to have as big of an active player base, and it's going to be in that Warhammer universe, which I know nothing about. I was very interested, or at least moderately interested, in Vermintide 1. Now I feel a burden to play 1 before I play 2. And who knows what, if any, single experience can be had on Vermintide 1 now that 2 is out. Speaking of things being out, fresh out of early access, H1Z1 has gone free to play. 3-year-long early access period. H1Z1 is going free to play just ahead of the game's inaugural Pro League esports session. It's a notable jump, especially since H1Z1 emerged from a lengthy early access period as a $19.99 game. So you were paying $20 before for H1Z1. Now everybody new to the game is playing for free, which I should have played the totem first. I would have killed that guy. This inherently says that H1Z1 is admitting they've sucked as much money out of the people up front as possible, and now they're going to try and suck money out of people via microtransactions. Let's see. To compensate for the loss of the $19.99 $20 price tag, Daybreak is adding 3 tiers of DLC packs priced at $20, $50, and $100 that grant players access to additional loot boxes, in-game currency, and cosmetic items. Existing players are set to receive a handful of in-game goodies when the free-to-play swamp takes hold. So they're not completely screwing the current player base, just kind of mostly screwing them. Like, they're going to give you a bunch of in-game goodies and probably some loot to buy some loot boxes so they can try and turn you into somebody who would buy more loot boxes. PC Gamer has an article, Fight Lovecraftian Nazis in Strategy Game Octoon Cthulhu Tactics. So Octoon means stop, unless my German's wrong, which it very possibly is. So stop Cthulhu Tactics. I want to, like, this is a Kickstarted game. It was Kickstarted earlier this year and will release later this year. This is another one of those PC Gamer articles that's just an advertisement. Like, you have no release date, you have nothing to say about this game. They really shouldn't be looking at Kickstarter at all. Like, I don't see any reason why any video game company, video game reporting website should cover Kickstarter games. I guess maybe it gets you some clickbait titles, maybe it gets you some more views, but in all practicality, in actually reporting any information that would be helpful whatsoever, you get nothing from a Kickstarter. Like, there's no guarantee the game is ever going to come out. They don't release announced dates. By the time they do release an announced date, if they ever do, you've already potentially talked about the same product multiple times. It just feels like you're wasting your breath. Let's see, moving on. There's a game called Project Miles, spelled M-E with an apostrophe over it, L-I-E with a different apostrophe over it, a different dash mark, and S is the next game from the developers of Observer and Layer of Fear. Let's watch this trailer. So I need one more victory to get a season chest. But I don't need to play Overload cards, I need to now play Warlock cards. So let's hope this is Warlock cards and play. Wow, there's nothing in this trailer at all. You're just zooming in zooming down like a flooded house or something. Let's see. They're moving too fast. Layers of Fear was a very simplistic game, and it was a fine horror thing. It did a lot better than I would argue maybe Amnesia did, but because there's some things in the original Amnesia game that I don't particularly like, the hide and seek elements per se. And Observer kind of didn't improve that much over Layers of Fear. So if they're just on to their next game and they're just every year going to put out another game that is just the same thing with very slight improvements, like, I don't think that's gonna work. Let's play that. There's an interesting game that caught my eye that came out on Steam March 8th. No reviews yet, but it's called Super Asteroids. And it's an evolved version of Asteroids. Now, I would argue that Asteroids is not really a great game in the first place. But some people, very old people, because Asteroids is a very old arcade game that was in black and white vector graphics originally. Some people might have some nostalgia for Asteroids. So this idea of making a better version of that is kind of cool. Like, I'm looking at a trailer where you're basically playing Asteroids, but there's color, there's new abilities, there's large varieties of Asteroids, there's a boss, it looks like. It seems like you chip away at boss. There's 3 different life bar elements, so there's something there. But the question is, can somebody just randomly make a game called Asteroids and not violate a trademark or patent? Or is the phrase Asteroids just so generic that there is no patent on it? And weirdly, when I'm scrolling here on Steam on more like this, it's not pushing out any game like Asteroids. It's like Nier Automata and Rocket League. They're recommending just general games. Like E for Everyone, it says it's rated. I bet it wasn't actually rated. A lot of people lie. And so that's what's gonna be my reason to not want to wishlist this game. No other game has been made by this developer, who is also the publisher, so this is just a Steam Direct thing. I'm gonna follow this, however, because this could be a new story in the making. Somebody is violating Asteroids copyright and made their own Asteroids, and maybe they even did a good job on it. Says it has Steam achievements, and it does. This E for Everyone from the ESRB, though, is I heavily suspect not true. People just steal that image and say on Valve and Steam quite a bit. Speaking of Valve and Steam, Gabe Newell, hooray! Gabe Newell, quote, hooray, Valve's going to start shipping games again. Valve was, quote, jealous of Nintendo, now has the expertise to develop hardware and software simultaneously. I would argue maybe they do, maybe they don't. Like the Steam Link and Steam machines didn't really succeed, so we're not seeing any pattern of actual success there. Personal good news to me is that Gabe Newell at least dyed his hair and looks a little bit skinnier and a little bit healthier in this image than the previous meeting I saw him in. Like, he looked really, really bad in the previous meeting. So hopefully he's being a little bit healthier. It's kind of funny seeing his son make his own announcement into the world, and his son is all buff and works out, and I'm like, man, you need to take your dad out, take your dad with you to the gym. So mostly this was an announcement, though, of the game Artifact, the card game that has 3 different boards. It's not a terrible idea, but it is something that would be too complicated, I think, for me to play. So, like, maybe I will get into Artifact and play it, but I think maybe I'll just spotlight it too, because it, to me, strikes me like I'd have to start all over again. Now would be the time to start, however. And I would have to pay more attention to playing Hearthstone, which would mean less attention to playing reading news and covering news like this. There's not really too much to get from this. Is that just that Gabe Newell kind of would like to make a console, which isn't a terrible idea. Like a Valve console PC, something that was a standardized device. I wouldn't be really surprised if it got down to the point where Microsoft contracted with Valve to make a console, or Sony contracted with somebody to make a console. I'm just playing Warlock cards right now. The weird thing is, if Artifact succeeds, great. That doesn't mean that they're really gonna make any more games. Not until Artifact succeeds enough to change how business is run in Valve, which I don't think that's ever gonna happen until Gabe Newell lets go of the company. So if it's a great success, they'll be happy, but they won't change anything that actually forces any of their employees to actually like do work. That's the problem. Is in Valve, you don't actually have to work on anything you don't want to. You just don't. So that's why things don't get fixed in Steam. That's why games don't get made. PUBG is the third highest earning game on Steam according to Game Newell, which I assume that means Counter-Strike Go is the first highest, and let's see, what's the other game? Dota 2, maybe? Team Fortress 2? Yeah, he didn't say which one, what the other game was. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know if this is really much of a article by Komatsu, but Compile Heart Cute RPG, quote, Cute RPG countdown trailer has been launched. What do you mean by cute RPG? I'm looking at this trailer and I'm seeing anime girls. Like, but what does that really mean? Does that mean you're doing something along the lines of a Pokemon game where you're not? I mean, it would have to be something even less violent than a Pokemon. But to get back to video game violence, Pokemon is E for everyone, and you still have the animals fighting each other. Like, let's see. The translation of the Japanese text is at 7 seconds. It says, "Could it be a love adventure game? The girls of Mary Skelter appear in school uniforms and swimsuits with the protagonist in the background. A logo for Vogokuto Mary Skelter Love Prison Tower Mary Skelter appear on screen. This is the title of the visual novel leaked as included with pre-orders for Mary Skelter 2. Be sure to keep an eye on Compile Heart Spring new title presentation at the Dengeki Game Fest 2018. And then at 27 it says Earphones XJA Sensor. So it probably is just a romance RPG type thing. Demon. Yeah, not much of an article really. It's just yet another trailer video that I normally wouldn't even have talked about. That we already talked about the Crash Bandicoot Insane trilogy coming out. Call of Duty Black Ops 4 has been confirmed with the logo. But I think people already knew the logo, so like, is there actually any date here? It's coming October 12th. So anybody hyped about Black Ops 4 can anxiously wait till the 4th. So we already talked about that. talked about that. I think we already talked about Valkyrie Profile Lineth coming to smartphones in the spring of Japan. Yeah. Fortnite Battle Royale is heading to mobile devices very soon. Features PS4 and PC crossplay, iOS, and it's coming out to iOS on Monday and Android in the next few months. I don't know how you play Fortnite Battle Royale on your smartphone, and I certainly don't know how you have any possible chance of being competitive against people playing on PC and other people. Like, I'm not sure if the iOS version is going to have crossplay. It says Fortnite on mobile will support crossplay and cross progression. This means that PlayStation 4, PC, Mac, and iOS, and eventually Android users will be able to team up and play together. Like, that is super ambitious, but it kind of makes sense too, considering the company that makes Fortnite is the company that makes the engine. The idea of trying to convince other people to use their engines to make both cell phone versions and console versions and PC versions of games makes a lot of sense, because then your engine is better than other engines and more flexible. Super Bomberman R was rated for the PS4 in Korea. Switch title seemingly coming to the PS4, or it could just be a bug in the system. Super Bomberman R was launched for the Switch in March 2017. It was launched very poorly. I believe it had terrible frame rate. So this might be the first version in which you can actually play it for the few people that actually care to play a Bomberman game. It comes and it goes, I suppose. I mean, like, if I owned the license to Bomberman, I'd make Bomberman games. Even I wouldn't not make them, but I don't know what I would do with them to actually make them more have a wider appeal. See, we already talked about the Dark Souls amiibo. I already talked about this. So many articles. Like, just the exact same articles I open up double time. I think maybe my Twitter has decided to change how it's showing me content secretly. There's a new 13-minute gameplay video of Super Robot Wars X that shows the first chapter journey prologue. Super Robot Wars X is due out for the PS4 and Vita in Japan on March 29th, and Southeast Asia with subtitles in April 26th. See, I'm watching this game, and it looks like a mobile game. I think Super Robot Wars was a mobile game originally. Need to kill more minions while I'm playing. Yeah, it seems like it's just kind of a tactics-based top-down RPG game. Doesn't look that interesting to me. I've heard the name, though. What's this game? There was a game that came out February 22nd, 2018, and now it is on sale in early access for 34% off, so it's $9.89. And it's made by a company called Supra Games. It's called Superland. They also have a free-to-play game called Super Ball. It doesn't look awful, but it has no reviews, and that's really weird. Like, why does this game have no reviews when it looks kind of like a physics simulator, run around and fight and kill? It's single player only, has full controller support. Seems to have multiple different things you do. The characters are kind of like gingerbread men, these red gingerbread men-esque characters. That might be what is catching people off. Let's see. There's only 2 reviews, they're both positive, and they're both fake reviews, it seems. And the only reason I saw this game is not because it's new, it's because Valve promoted it. Steam's Twitter promoted it, which is a little weird. I guess they're trying. They're trying to promote this game, but early access $10. I wouldn't spend $10 on this game. It looks fine. It looks good. It's not total garbage. It's not 8-bit pixel, but it could just be an asset flip too. And I wouldn't be willing to risk the money on it. So I can't really say anything else about it. Let's see. There's a game that came out March 9th called Mahjong Magical Journey. Let's see how much it is, because that'll be the killer here. It's $5 to play Mahjong Solitaire. Let me point out again, there is a software you can Google called Koja Mahjong 3D that you can get as shareware free to play that came out like a decade ago, and it is still by far the best Mahjong Solitaire game I've ever seen. Oops, just killed my own guy. Killed the wrong one too. So when comparing any Mahjong Solitaire game to that, free really defeats it. There are no reviews on this game. I wouldn't pay that money for this. You just don't know how long it goes. It does have Steam achievements. And supposedly has Steam trading cards, which a lot of games used to at least be completely developed and sold around the idea of having trading cards and nothing else. There's a game called Sacrament that came out March 9th. It has 5 reviews and is looking like it's at 54.17%. It says adventure, nudity, sexual content, indie casual. What does that really mean? Is it a visual novel? I bet it's a visual novel. Seeing a lot of fantasy guys. So this might be one for fans of dudes. Because I'm seeing one anime girl in the background on the last scene, and then the rest of the trailer was dudes. So yeah, this is a romance game where I think you might be playing as a girl going after the good looking guys. Yeah, every single scene has the same girl with a different guy in the background. So many possibilities. Let's see the reviews. None are in my language. They're all in Chinese. Let's see what the languages were supported in this. It's English only. It doesn't even have Chinese or Japanese language. We haven't seen too many visual novels lately. I guess we got far enough away from the Tokyo Game Show that they're out of their fiscal year and they're out of the point where they want to or need to announce anything new. Let's see, the description for Sacrament: this game features a more girl appealing wolf. This is a game with features that are more girl appealing. Gameplay is a fascinating novel in which your choices will influence all, including all different endings. That doesn't sound well worded. Maybe that was not originally in English, but then why is the game only being sold in English? Well, nothing there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. If I had the time, I would develop a system where I sort through more of these games and just talk about games that actually matter. Let's see. A game called Tensei Shitara Slime Data Kin has been confirmed for smartphones. What is this? It looks like a fantasy JRPG. Apparently this is a newer series that hasn't come to the West because it's not got a different translation. It's going to be released for iOS and Android in Japan, which I guess that implies that iOS and Android are equally viable platforms in Japan compared to the rest of the world. I imagine there are some countries where it's all Android. I imagine China and maybe Korea, South Korea is all Android phones with very little iOS support. Let's see. This game will be a free-to-play RPG with item-based microtransactions. And with one picture looking at it and knowing it's just going to be a smartphone game in Japan, I'll probably not need to do any more research. And they're doing their cheating move again. I'm just straight up calling it cheating now. It's not a strategy at this point. Like, it's a flaw in the system. It's exploiting a flaw. And it's not fun to lose to this. It's not fun to lose to this at all. Fortunately, I don't believe I actually needed to win. I just need to kill a couple more things. So let's just, for fun, play the Murlocs. We already talked about Scarlet Grace. Weird looking game out of nowhere. A couple of games came out for VR at the same time on February 15th, 2018, or maybe they've been re-released. And they're VR games where one VR game is one guy and the other VR game is another guy, and it's really just a marriage simulator. Like, if you need your husband, though, which, yeah, that's what they call him, the waifu equivalent, there's this game. Unfortunately, it's all in Japanese, but I think it's called Wedding VR, and one is Masamune, Masamune, and the other is Wedding VR Henry, and I bet there's even a third one. Yes, there's a Wedding VR Yamato. Each is $8 if you need your VR husband, though. 11-Bit Studios has a Frozen City sim called Frostpunk. I think we've already talked about this game. It looked slightly interesting. It's coming out April 24th, 2018. I'm still a little iffy on playing a city simulator that is, its only real twist is it's a frozen city. I'm not sure I want to play a city simulator at all. Need to kill things quickly. March 9th, a game called Calvin Tucker's Farm Animal Racing came out. It has no reviews. However, it doesn't look terrible. Like, I'm still crossing my fingers for Steam and trying to find something that would be like a Mario Kart-esque or Diddy Kong Racing-esque game. I guess if I'm going to say it's Diddy Kong Racing-esque, that's probably because it would have more types of vehicles than just karting. This game seems like it's mostly just karting. Well, actually, it's animals riding in tractors and things. The graphics don't look great. And so that's a slight problem. But there is a map and an accelerometer and positions. It seems like there's a couple different positions. There's Mario Kart style abilities, environmental hazard blocks to pick up those abilities. Need somebody to actually play some minions so I can kill them. Let's see, it's single player only. I think that's going to be part of the problem. They only want, it's 10% off right now for $2.70, and that seems a little weird too. Let's take this guy and hold on to him. And here and there. Let's see. Seems like they have 12 unique tracks. That's not terrible to start with. So if you wanted to risk it, Calvin Tucker's Farm Animal Racing seems like it's something that you might be interested in. However, now that I've looked at their publishing, the games that they've made, Team 8 Studios or Team 6 Studios, I think, they have another game that came out the exact same day called Supersonic Racer. And apparently one game I got for free at some point called Hyper Fighters, because it's in my library and it's rated negatively. There's 3 other games that are rated negatively, 1 neutral, and Flat Out Complete Pack is the only game that they've ever released that is even rated positively. And that seems like that flies in the face of any hope that this would be any good when you have a full list of games here that you've released and they're not good, and you're flooding Steam. And let's see, the publisher has published several other games, but not a lot of them look like they're rated very good. So that's a definite hold off. That's not making it to my wish list. If it's an untrustworthy, unproven company. Let's see. Give them some more cards to play. Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition has a Nintendo Switch release date. It's coming out in Europe and North America on the 18th of May. So, if you didn't play Hyrule Warriors on the 3DS or the Wii U, which you probably didn't, you could now play it on the Switch. And ignoring the fact that the latest Hyrule game looks like it's a total piece of garbage, the Hyrule Warriors, I think, actually did a pretty decent job of giving you a game where you can just mash the button and run around and beat on a bunch of enemies, which is what the Warriors series of games has always really been about.
Is someone injured?
We already talked about the Crash Bandicoot remaster coming to PC. Not super interested in that. Like that really is a game somebody would have to buy the game for me before I'd even consider playing it. I'd have to be forced into actually trying to play the Crash Bandicoot games because I have such little interest in that series. That being said, I am pretty greedy on games and do want them all because I know I'll just end up buying them all anyways. There was a game that came out February 6th on Steam called Octageddon. It's rated very positive, 87 of the 86 users, and it's an octopus that gets different types of creature arms, which, let me see if I can explain this better. It gets like a chicken for an arm and lasers for arms, and it rolls around, and it sort of looks like it's the equivalent of a maybe really simplistic bullet hell game, or maybe it's just an action game. Maybe it's more of a clicker style game. There's some destruction of buildings, but I wouldn't say it's just a building destruction game. Seems to be a little bit all over the place, but people like it, and it looks silly. But it's $12.88 too. It's 82 on Metacritic right now. Too long didn't read Calamari Damacy. Okay. Is that what it is? Is something like Calamari Damacy? Like, Octagon has a lot of the DNA of the author's previous game, Plant vs. Zombies. Ah, so it was made by that. But where Plant vs. Zombies is finally tuned and balanced towards casual and hardcore play, Octagon suffers from too much RPG and a lack of complexity. And that's a not recommended review. I think I'm gonna wishlist this one. This one looks crazy enough that it'd be fun to play. I always like wild and goofy things. And it's being developed by Yes Good, which is certainly not the people that own Plants vs. Zombies anymore. So, but I think the guy who actually made Plants vs. Zombies a long time stopped working for that company. And it got bought out by, what it was, Electronic Arts, I believe, bought Plants vs. Zombies. Let's see. Let's see. Ultra Hunt came on to the chat and said, "Hey guys, how's it going?" Tragic Master said, "Yo, it's going pretty good. Pretty good Friday stream. Ever since I started clickbaiting my titles, I've been getting more subscribers and more viewers by far on streams, and it stopped being, even on the Fridays, instances of just playing for 7 hours and nobody talking and nobody watching. And I guess that proves that some people actually do have Fridays off, because I was really taking it for more of a example that people were just busy on Fridays and had different things to do. Let's see, let's do that. What can I kill? What can I kill? We'll kill this guy. Just trying to kill the requisite number of minions. Let's see. Which one is this? YouTube creators, I believe, tweeted out a congratulations, yes, 8 hours ago to Will Smith for reaching 1 million subs. That is interesting and important, I think, to point out that Will Smith is a pretty popular movie actor. And he just now, 8 hours ago, reached 1 million subs. It really goes to show that YouTube is not the place for famous people or people who are supposed to be famous, allegedly, to come in and take over and be in control. Whereas Twitter, on the other hand, kind of did exactly that. They did bend over backwards to have famous people on Twitter and give them special verification marks and special abilities to filter people and special consideration for the famous people to break rules and insult people and be rude. But this also goes to show that YouTube is really trying to bring in famous actors, that YouTube effectively at this point hates its content creators and wants to get rid of them and replace them with famous people. I think that a lot of that comes directly from Susan Wojcicki, the CEO of YouTube. When you see her first YouTube video that she ever made, it's full of people like The Rock, and when you see that famous Viners are cowed down to and given special consideration, that's crazy. And when you think about it, Will Smith is not going to create any content on YouTube, really. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if his channel, I'm already off the page, so I can't go look at his channel. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a few, like, very short blog clips where he talks to his audience. Maybe he gets on there and raps. Maybe he's got a funny video or two. But I imagine it barely has 5 videos, and none of them are, I imagine, very long or substantive. Like, so here are the games that I think Twitch Prime gave over, the card packs. Let's see, what do I want to trade? We have Hunter, Shaman, and Mage. What do I not want to play? I don't want to play Paladin and Warrior. That's, oh, win 5 Tavern Brawls. Thanks. Yeah, that's the greatest one of all. Worst daily quest ever. I should do a take 2 of that. Worst daily quest ever. I'm probably doing a terrible impression of Comic Book Guy. I could use a legendary and some good cards in Kobolds and Catacomb. There's not a ton of common cards or anything that I don't think I don't already have. This was the latest expansion, so like just over time I've managed to collect, I think, most of everything. The 50 card packs when the first expansion came out, compared to, let's see, how much of this goes in the dust? 150 of this. So 4. I got 15 cards. Wait, what? How is this happening? I must have had some other cards. Like, because I only got 15 cards. Okay, disenchant that for 150. And let's look on Kobolds versus Catacombs in crafting mode, so I can see what I do have and what I don't have. I could craft an epic, and I will go craft an epic in the classic. So everything grayed out. Actually, I guess I don't need that. I can just type in missing and save us all sometime. Alright, start on missing. So with 50 card packs that I'm pretty sure I purchased for Kobolds vs. Catacomb when it came out, and then I would argue maybe I've gotten somewhere between 10 and 12 other card packs. I'm missing these cards for Druid, which isn't terrible, and these cards, like, and I could create that for 100. In fact, that's not a terrible card to create for 100. Let's do that. Because Kobolds versus Catacombs, by the way, is not one of the ones going. I'm missing these cards. Most of these are going to be epics and legendaries. If I got another 50 card packs of Kobolds versus Catacombs, I probably would get all of the commons and rares, the blue gems, done, and maybe half of the epics or most of the epics, and wear this list down a little bit, but I still would have a decent number of legendaries that I don't have, and that's just in this expansion alone. That's not all missing cards ever. Like, if we were to try and look at all of those, there's a ton of them, but we're slowly working towards getting everything done. But mostly I'm trying to, even on my main account that has way more cards than the European or Asian account, I'm still trying to play in such a way that I'm going to play standard instead of trying to play wild. Like, wild really is passing me by as something that only should be played by people that are that were in the beta and have spent a bunch of money. Let's see. So here's the classic cards. I could get this, and then that would be the end of the Hunter deck. I could get this, and then there'd be only one more epic left here. Or I could get this and play that, and I can't do any of these. There's 6 here, so theoretically 300 card packs on Classic at most are needed to get these neutral cards, which is ridiculous. I should have a complete collection at this point. I'm not sure any of these legendaries that I have I even really specifically want. Probably this is a good one. This one's not terrible. This is the one I'm saving up for because it's a pirate, and it would be the last pirate in the collection. Like, this would be good. This would be good. Some of the decent legendaries, like this is a very good legendary to have. I'm just gonna get rid of Hunter though and craft that epic. And the way card packs work now, I don't think you get gold at all until you have a complete collection. So I don't think there's a gold version of anything. We're not missing any of the basics. Remember, Karazhan, Gadgetsan, and I believe Unguru are all about to go away too. Yeah, and I have slightly over 5,000 card, 5,000 gold. So that's a 50 card pack opening when the next expansion happens. I'd like for the next expansion to wait so I have 10,000 so I could open 50 card packs of classics too. But I don't think that's going to happen this time. Fortunately, they are going to change these daily quests to increase the amount of gold you get. And that'll be interesting too. Anyways, we've gone about 50 minutes, so that's going to be it for this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to support me, gift me a game on Steam, or if you really want to support my Hearthstone thing, gift me some packs on Hearthstone too. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, March 9th, and we've made it to the Americas account. I've got Tavern Brawls to play, so if anybody wanted to play me on the Americas account with a Tavern Brawl challenge, now would be a great time to play me. If you're willing to let me win, that's even better. I've got also victories for Mage and Shaman and Hunters, all kinds of victories. However, I can cheat everything except for the Tavern Brawl. Like, I can't cheat the Tavern Brawl because my secondary account hasn't unlocked Tavern Brawls. So we've got Tragic Master taking me up on that real quick. Screen, are you gonna reset? There you go. Tragic Master was chatting. He earlier said nice 50 packs of the new set hype. That is true. Whatever the new pack is, I'll open at least 50 packs of the new set, but probably closer to 150 packs because there will have to be some decisions. I have enough gold on the Asian and European account too to probably open at least 50 packs. The question is, do I really want to open 50 packs on the new expansion, or do I want to maybe open 10 packs on the new expansion and then buy a bunch of classic cards so I can have better standard basic cards that people still play? Tragic Master also said, I think that they will be revealing around March 19th, end of the Wildfest. Seems like they could be setting up for a quick drop as a certain domain name has been registered, so I've heard. Well, don't leave me hanging, Tragic Master. What's the domain name? What's the rumor? I'm a news reporter. I'm supposed to report on hearsay and rumor. That's how news works, right? Like, I haven't heard about a domain name. Of course, Tragic Master's playing me right now, so it may take a while for him to respond back. And Hearthstone Deck Tracker decided to crash again. I think Hearthstone Deck Tracker is due for an update. I found out that Overwolf, the program that helps you cheat at arena runs and sort of cheats, it just gives you like perfect knowledge about which cards are good and which cards are bad as the arena offers you the cards. They also have a website called Crash Royale Stats that will tell you what your next chest is if you type in your user ID, so you know, I suppose, whether you're going to get a gold chest or a silver chest or a legendary chest or whatever. and when you're gonna get them. I imagine that information was never actually supposed to be secret. It was just not in the Crash Royale app. It doesn't really help you any because theoretically you always want to be at the highest level arena you can be at when getting any chest, because that'll just get you more cards and better cards. See, add a brawl to my hand. Interesting. Deals 7 damage. I'm having slight problems on Crash Royale. I don't play that on my channel or anything. I just occasionally, well, I play it every day pretty much, but to get the chest. And I almost have a complete collection of all the characters, but I'm at like crown level 12. But I'm having trouble maintaining and getting up to the next level of the arena. I keep running into better players than me, and much like Hearthstone, I'm usually very distracted, or at least partially distracted, playing Crash Royale. It's not really a great game, but it is a decent phone game in that it gives you something to do every day and waste your time on when you don't want to do anything else. Speaking of not wanting to do things, I desperately need to do some more scheduling every month, like clockwork. I have to actually schedule the videos to come out. Now that I've finished The Force Unleashed 2 for May the 4th be with you, to come out during May the 4th. Today is March 9th, so tomorrow is March 10th, which is Mario Day, and Google Maps is going to let you look at the Google Maps as Mario, which that's a little interesting that Nintendo is going to work with Google for that, for their little Easter egg. And a completely different story, the Overwatch League has suspended XQC again, this time for racially disparaging emotes. Fellow OWL pros Tyrong, Tymal, and Silkthread were also sanctioned for offensives. Let's see. His name is Felix XQC. It's always people named Felix, isn't it? Let's see. Hate to a random enemy. Let's see. For offenses including account sharing, posting an offensive meme, and racism and homophobia. Let's see. Tao Young, Tyrone Kim of the Houston Outlaws were given a formal warning for posting offensive memes on social media. Tyrone's punishment was apparently ameliorated somewhat by a public apology and a donation to the Hiroshima Peace Culture Foundation, action the league says were taken into account when determining the judgment against him. Timal Ketinin of the Dallas Fuel was hit with a $1,000 fine for using an anti-gay slur on his personal stream. Timal also apologized for his offense, but not until it was brought to light by ESPN earlier this week, which apparently lessened its impact in the league's eyes. Ted Silkthread Wing of the Los Angeles Valiant is $1,000 poor as a result of account sharing, which isn't necessary against Overwatch League's rules specifically, but is a violation of Blizzard's end-user agreement. And let's see. What do I want to do? Brawl. And then 8. Let's see. And then Felix XQC of the Dallas Fuel received far and away the most severe punishment. He's been fined $4,000 and suspended for 4 matches beginning March 12th. XQC repeatedly used an emote in a racially disparaging manner. Geez, how do you use an emote in a racially disparaging manner? I'd like to know how that works. On the league stream and on social media, and used disparaging language against Overwatch League casters and fellow players on social media and on his personal stream, the league says. The suspension announcement doesn't specify the details of the individual transactions, but according to UniKRN, XQC's most recent trouble is a result of spamming the tryhard7 emote in Twitch chat, which while reporter Malik Forte is on screen. What's the tryhard7 emote? XQC denied the emote is racist during the recent stream via Avro Gag. Not King is noting that it's a global Twitch emote and describes Forte as a good friend. He also suggested that the complaints are part of a campaign directed against him personally, and said that he and other members of the community have used the emote regularly and it hasn't been a problem until now. Let's see, is this a video? Like, I see a bunch of emotes, I don't know which one is tryhard7. XQC was already facing criticism this week when it was reported by Polygon. He tweeted, Overwatch League casting, Overwatch's league casting gave me cancer. Probably more significant is the fact that this isn't the first offense. He took a 4-game suspension, $2,000 fine in January for directing homophobic insult at Austin Muma. These people need to just stop using these fake names. Like, just stop it at this point. It's ridiculous. Oh, I could have won right then. Here, do I have another thing that will deal 3 damage? Yes. Win. Victory. Pay attention to what I'm doing. Tragic Master is being kind enough to play me. I need to actually pay attention to what I'm doing. That's 1 of 5. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Let's go ahead and skip down to this. I really don't want to make the boys will be boys argument, but it really does seem like a lot of what would have been locker room talk. I guess I don't want to make the locker room talk argument either, but like, these are the people. Hearthstone deck tracker is just crashing every single time now. The idea to me at my age, as an older person, that a professional basketball player, football player, or any other like aggressive sports player, hockey player would be a great example. The idea that any of those people would be held to a standard so that they didn't trash talk at all is pretty laughable. And this all seems like it is partially people trash talking. Maybe account sharing is the one standout there. Partially just people having fun and being themselves and expressing their own opinions and their own like First Amendment right, theoretically, that man, it just seems like there's way too early for the Overwatch League to go down the realm of our players are so out of control and so unacceptable that we've got to thought police them, we've got to censor them for an emote, a global Twitch emote. Like that's the part that seems really extreme. This is not a case of somebody saying the N-word. It's a case of somebody putting a tweet out and then some third party saying it's racist. And this screams that the Overwatch League is being run by a bunch of SJWs. I don't want to get into that rant, but it seems like it is. And all the meanwhile, while they're doing this, they're making the actual content less interesting. I think a lot about comedy too, and my lifelong experience of being kind of a funny person and who tries to be comedic and often is comedic in the potentially the wrong scenario, and will say something that is slightly offensive or slightly inappropriate just to be funny. Like, you can't have comedy if you're going to kowtow to everyone who is going to be offended. There's always somebody who's always going to find a reason to be offended, and they've been given way too much of a voice lately. And oddly, the people who have made it their entire life goal to be offended about things now love to talk about deplatforming and make it impossible for other people to talk and express their opinions. If I was an Overwatch player, I would get out of the Overwatch League. It seems to me like it's already corrupted. It's already just like not worth being in. It's ridiculous. We don't need yet another sport that is surrounded by drama of the players and the league fining players. Like, I see way too much of that in football, and as somebody who doesn't even like or watch football, that says a lot right there. Like, if I was a football fan, I wouldn't want to see all the drama that happens in the background. And honestly, I don't care about ESPN's opinion or the Overwatch League's opinion. If I was an Overwatch fan and I like somebody and I like their content, that's fine. Sure, probably some of them do say some bad things and do some trash talk every now and then, but I think this has gotten already to a level of extremeness, and this is the first I've even heard of it. So I imagine the real Overwatch fans have been hearing stories quite a bit of an overly controlling organization. In a similar way, the Awesome Games Done Quick has also gotten worse and worse over the years because of the same thing, that they've become more controlling and not allowed people to talk about anything but the game, and just tried to go what they think is mainstream, and because of that they've lost their edge. Heck, even WWE wrestling, as it got more and more mainstream, it got more and more boring. Like, compared to the Attitude Era, now everything is just as kid-friendly. You would think the wrestling is designed for a 4-year-old at this point, instead of back in the day when you had Stone Cold Steve Austin running into the ring and flipping the bird with both hands to the audience and drinking beer right on the screen. Like, how far the artistic expression has fallen to the point where everything's censored and everything's criticized. And we wouldn't have gotten the Sistine Chapel painted at this point. Tragic Master said said a while ago. Six Gamer's newest video talks about the Cenarian cycle being registered domain name. Check out his Fandral lore video for a great telling on the Druid War. So the Cenarian cycle druid-based expansion is what the rumor is from Six Gamers. I think Tragic Master told me to subscribe to Six Gamers, and I did, but I found his videos too long and too detailed for me because I'm not that into I'm not into World of Warcraft at all. Let's see. Moving on to the next article, Battlecry Studios is now Bethesda Game Studios Austin. So ZeniMax, I think, already had an office in Austin, but now there's an actual Bethesda Game Studio that's there. As my understanding, all the liberal people in Texas, if there are any liberal people in Texas, live in Austin, so that would be the liberal progressive type companies, the California-like companies' choice if they are going to make a game company in Texas, which it makes a lot of sense to make a game company in Texas because I hear the taxes aren't that bad for companies. Gearbox is in Frisco, Texas, which is slightly north of Dallas. But I suspect the only reason why it's in Frisco is because it has some really good tax reasons to be there. I would heavily suspect, on hearing about this, this Battlecry studio being Bethesda Game Studios, what you're going to find is that they are going to be doing, what is it? The MMO, the Elder Scrolls Online development, that they'll be making more content. Let's see. Battlecry. Battlecry was supposed to be a new free-to-play action game. So it's a slight change in what they're doing from Bethesda. Wait a minute. So is this really just an let's see. No, it is a merger. It's not just a name change. Battlecry Studios was its own company, and now it's merged into Bethesda Game Studios Austin. And ZeniMax buys yet another company, as ZeniMax moves to be a one of the biggest video game companies, and already is one of the biggest video game companies out there. Let's see. The games that it developed are 2016 Doom, and then Battlecry was the next thing it was going to make. They replaced certain affinity on assisting id Softwares with the development on the post-release multiplayer content, though. So they just did the multiplayer content after it was released. They didn't make the main game with Doom, and nobody really even liked the multiplayer content. Again, I need to not get too distracted here. So a company worked well with Bethesda, and if you work well with Bethesda, you get bought out by Bethesda, and they probably were more than happy to do it because they were going to lose their funding. Battlecry probably wasn't going to be a major success. Free to play is more difficult than you think. PC Gamer has an article that says get 20% off any purchases on eBay until midnight tonight. Let's see. Just anything you want to buy on eBay. Let's see. The minimum purchase amount is $25. The maximum discount is $100. So you could spend as much as $2,000 on purchases on eBay and get $100 off. No, that's not how math works. I don't think. Gift cards and real estate are not eligible. Purchasers must be located in North America. Like real estate? You can buy real estate on eBay? That's crazy. That's not super video game related though either. Let's do this. There's a game called Nippon Marathon, Nippon being the Japanese word for Japan, which is a multiplayer chaos inspired by Japanese game shows, which half of those game shows are not real. Here they've got a script where they're showing a clip of a game show where the people are biting into things and seeing if it's real or if it's chocolate. But like the game shows aren't real because they're famous actors on the game show, famous Japanese people. Like people are biting into the leg of a table and it's actually made of chocolate. Let's see. Let's see. Getting back, however, to what this game is, it looks like it's probably not much of a game. The animation doesn't look that good. Let's see. It's going to be an early access and they'll be adding more maps. It's an interesting twist, and if a bigger company was doing something like this, but it might work. I don't know how well this translates to the rest of the world, though. Let's see, do I have a brawl I can play? No, not yet. Like, no date, no listing on as far as what consoles or platforms this is going to be on that I can see. So yet another PC Gamer article that's not really that informative. Here's that game Supersonic Racers that was released by the same company that made another racing game on the same day and has a history on Steam of releasing bad games. And yeah, at this point it seems like they're flooding the market with very similar, if not the exact same games, potentially asset flips, potentially even their own asset flips. This game is only $2.70 right now, but it's still not worth that much in my opinion. The other game that they released on the same day was called Calvin Tucker's Farm Animal Racing. Just brawl time. Slowly closing things. Need to mute yet another person. Like every stream now, there's somebody on my Twitter that I've hit now where I'm just like, I don't have enough bandwidth to see your tweets anymore. Usually it's just companies advertising PC components and things that may have at one point had something on sale or giveaways. Here's a PC Gamer article. NVIDIA's GeForce affiliate program is drawing anti-consumer criticism. Let's see. The allegation of what amounts to anti-competitive behavior comes from an investigative report by Kyle Benet of Hardo CP, adding a bit of intrigue to the whole situation. Bennett says he was tipped to the situation by AMD, which had apparently been shopping the story to other sites. So what's going on? And then NVIDIA stated in a blog post last week, in an effort to better serve gamers, it was introducing the GeForce Partner Program, which I thought the Partner Program was designed around the idea of not selling games to... Well, let me just read it. The GeForce Partner Program is designed to ensure that gamers have fully transparency into the GPU platform and the software that are being sold, and can confidently select products that carry the NVIDIA GeForce promise. What this means is that graphics card manufacturer and OEMs that decide to participate in early access to products, enhance marketing efforts, social media buzz, and other perks. NVIDIA stresses the participation is not mandatory and that its partners can drop out of the program whenever they want. So it's just working with OEMs to better promote the product. So far that doesn't sound too fishy. Let's see. When AMD first presented Bennett with the story, he found that there really wasn't anything there. However, after digging deeper, he uncovered some concerns and ultimately came to the conclusion that NVIDIA's partner program would greatly and negatively impact consumer choice, which effectively be decimated. One of the main issues Bennett raises is that one of the requirements calls out for partners to align their gaming brands exclusively with GeForce. To use Asus as an example, and it's not clear if Asus is going to participate, it would no longer be able to sell both NVIDIA and AMD graphic cards under the Republic of Gamers brand, only GeForce cards. Okay, I can see how that taking branding away might be an issue. But I guess at the end of the day, if you're trying to unify your branding and all advertise the same thing and have more impactful things like potential commercials on TV saying GeForce games, gaming cards are the best, you wouldn't want to see the Republic of Gamers brand then used for something else. Bennett also claims that companies willing to speak to him anonymously on the subject, they have voiced the same exact concern, and that NVIDIA would hold back allocation of GPUs. That NVIDIA would hold back allocation of GPUs if they chose not to participate. From all we have talked to, the issue of not allocating GPU inventories to non-GPP partners have not been spelled out contractually, but is rather done with a wink and nod. See, this is a really awkward story because it's AMD literally wrote this story and gave it to Benoit to write. to take credit for. And so it's kind of a propagandist piece, but it might actually have a few things that are interesting and might be true. I mean, a lot of it is just might or maybe this will happen. Maybe it won't. Seeing how it's PC Gamer repeating this article, I wouldn't have been surprised if NVIDIA had given PC Gamer a little bit more advertising money this month, that this story wouldn't have come out, or it would have come out in a completely different way, or a completely different story would have come out. Let's see, are there any comments down here at the bottom? Let's see. Scroll back up, the comments loaded awkwardly. There's always going to be some weirdness, I would say, also about whether you get review copies or how many GPUs you get. Like right now, with the shortage of video cards, right now is the perfect point for NVIDIA to use that shortage to its advantage and make the companies they like fall in line and do what they want to. Otherwise, they can just say, well, we don't have any inventory for you at all, so you don't have any cards to sell, so you're out of business. Speaking of out of business, apparently there's rumors that all of Toys R Us is going to go out of business, so I'd keep an eye on your local Toys R Us and see if you can get some decent deals. I'd like to find some Lego deals, cheap, but I'm not sure. The odds certainly go up higher when every store is closing, because that just means then they'd either have to liquidate it or sell it to other toy stores, and there really aren't that many other toy stores out there. Speaking of liquidating, Linus Tech Tips Linus from Linus Tech Tips used to work for a company called NCIX that went out of business, and they were liquidating their offices, and so there was a YouTube silver play button that he helped earn that was part of it. Okay, Tragic Master doesn't want to play me anymore, fair enough. He let me win more than enough to help. He may have to do something different, you know, take a break. I'll just play some Tavern Brawls myself. So he went to the auction to bid on the lot that had the silver play button, and he screwed up the auction and didn't actually bid on the lot, and some other YouTuber who had 1 million subs bought it and is going to scratch off the glass of that name and make his own because he didn't get a silver play button. I'd love to have a silver play button. Like, it's something you can put on your wall and say, hey, I really did have a channel, in case your channel gets deleted and there's no evidence there. But also, it doesn't mean that much to me either. Like, I'd much rather have the 100,000 or 10,000 fans that it takes to get a silver play button these days. I'd rather have those fans by far than have some trophy or bauble. Like, the fans are the things that matter to me by far. Tragic Master says, gotta run for a few minutes. Thank you for the games. Be right back in 15 minutes. Alright. Well, if you're still there, Tragic, and you want to challenge me again, that would still be perfectly fine. We still got news. We're into our 4th recording of today. It's 9 p.m. at night, and side note, I haven't eaten anything at all today since waking up around 2:30 in the afternoon. But that's not a big issue for me. PC Gamer has an article. Cyan teases something in the works for the 25th anniversary of Myst. A series of tweets asked, "What if the ending has not yet been written?" Which is like, so what? I saw that tweet storm. I did not for a second. I did not for a second think that that meant anything at all, and I really don't believe it does mean anything at all. Yeah, it would be a little crazy if Cyan tried to do a remastered version of Myst. I'll do it. Like, if you've got an Unreal Engine 4 version of the Myst Island you wanna sell me, I'll fall for that and pay once again for the game. But I really don't. Since I've recently played Myst, I really don't want to play it again. I'd prefer them to spend their effort to try to get Myst 3 made, or I don't know what you could do. Could you maybe get away with taking the content from Myst 3, the puzzles, and doing something with that and including it in Myst 1? And could you merge Myst and Riven? That would be a really, really long game at that point. Do you merge all of the Myst series together and sell a $60 game and say, this includes all the content from Myst, Riven, Myst 3, Exiles, Myst 4, and Myst 5, and Uru, whatever version of Uru you can actually get to? Like, does that even make it a good experience to play all of those games? It probably would help a little bit, because I imagine not too many people are gonna be thrilled with the idea of playing like Myst 4 or Myst 5 alone. You could take a lot of the content and levels from Myst 5 and take out the terrible tablet drawing mechanic. But I imagine they're not doing anything. Maybe just that was it. 25 years, we're moving on to our new game, Firmament. Thanks for the support. Let's see. I could do this. I don't know specifically why I would do that, though. Let's see, moving on. The Gamma Sutra has a article written by somebody. Gamma Sutra, like any article written by Gamma Sutra could be written by anybody. They have like no editorial direction, I think intentionally. It's called Road to the IGF, the Independent Game Festival. Karina Pop's 10 Mississippi. Karina Pop, I imagine, is the maker. There's a trailer. It's not showing much, frankly, so like I don't know what it is or what it's going to be. It's probably just going to be an indie game that never comes to Steam, though, if I'm just going to really guess. Do I have anything that would do damage to people? So they'll set a minion's attack to 3. There we go. There's a game called The Wizards that came out March 8th. It is rated very positive, with 100% of 13 user reviews rated positive in the last 3 days. 91% in total rated positive. What is about the Wizards that makes it such a positive game? It's made by a Carbon Studio. Is it a VR only game? Yes, it is. Okay, so maybe because it's limited to VR games, that's why it's so positive. Well, it looks like a really good VR game. Sadly, I can't play it. It's like, it does look good. It looks like an interesting VR fantasy action adventure experience. You're shooting bows and arrows. You're, I think, casting spells. You're walking up to chests that'll probably be mimics. Let's see. The start of your turn, gain control of it. Yeah, you're throwing magic balls, you're shooting arrows. How much is this? 10% off right now for $18. And there's a whole bundle, Sword and Sorcerer VR bundle, which has a game called Carnage and The Wizards and VR Dungeon Knight. This game I'm looking at is called The Wizards 2, so that's the same game, 3 games. And all kinds of awards that are being given to it. Here's a not recommended early access. It's definitely a game and you can play it, but it does nothing to set it apart. Walk into open area, kill enemies, walk to next area, repeat. Let's see, so that's like the only negative response. There's 7 negative responses. There's 90 positive responses. So either this is just flooded with lying positive responses, or let's look at the positive responses. Boy, it really is a game. Let's see. Blah 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 blah. These are long descriptions. So if you are flooding it with good responses, you're paying somebody to write a good review every time. Interesting. Moving on though. Railroad Operator came out on March 8th, 2018. It has no reviews. I believe Railroad Operator is a whole series of these, though. No, I guess not. Maybe there's railroad operating games out there. Certainly. But maybe they're called Train Simulator instead. Well, it's a $12 game. It doesn't seem like it has much focus on English players. I'm seeing a screen with a lot of Japanese on the screen. It doesn't look like it's a very good game either. Just the graphics look poor, and you're going to be driving a train, so like you'd have to be pretty obsessed with trains. Let's see. D3, the publisher D3 has announced a game called Enchanting Mahjong Match for the Switch. 140 levels, coming out on the eShop March 15th with English support, Japanese traditional Chinese and simplified Chinese and the Korean languages, which I get. Are there 2 Korean languages at this point, or is it just 1 Korean language? I guess Korean, just maybe I'm misreading that sentence. Let's watch the trailer and see what this is. This is another one of Nintendo announcement type things that may have not actually been in the Nintendo Direct, but it's just another Mahjong thing. It doesn't, like, playing Mahjong Solitaire on the Switch seems like it is a pretty bad move because the controls don't seem very smooth. It's not like a mouse. It seems like you're using the D-pad to go up and down. I think they're at least teasing here some anime girls. Yep, meet Fantastic Beauties in the trailer. Yeah, I'm not. See, 28 Beauties have their own fantastic artwork to delight you. Supports 5 languages. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's much of a game. Just an eShop trash. Hey, and my icons are now back. There's Square Enix announced an idle training game called Idle Fantasy for smartphones, due out on the iOS and Android this summer in Japan. Let's watch this trailer and see what this is all about. Alright. Destroy all minions except one. 50-50 shot here. So I'm seeing a trailer here of a boy band idols. I wasn't expecting that, but surprised. Certainly, probably in the positive. And now I'm seeing a different boy band. And so I imagine this is going to be a strategic game. Now they're showing a girl band. Or maybe not. Like, yeah, I imagine this is a strategic game where you have to get the stats up. Oh, interesting. The bands are merged. So it's not just boy bands and girl bands. There's some bands that have one girl character in with the other boys, and like co-ed idol bands. I'm not sure that's really a thing in Japan. I've never seen any of that. It's usually very much either it's an all boy band to appeal to the ladies, or an all girl band to appeal to the men or the boys. But all that I'm seeing on these 2 trailer things is just 3D characters dancing around and singing, and I don't think any of that has to do with what is actually what you're going to be doing. They're also doing a pre-registration bonus on this game, where you get more crystals if over 10,000 people pre-register for it. The player will manage said idols and set out to take them to the top of the idol world. Yeah. It's just going to be a management sim. Pretty boring. Moving on, there's a game called period T period E period S period T semicolon expected behavior dash sci-fi 3D puzzle quest. It has 7 reviews right now, and it's 74.19%. It's made by Velso Games, who don't seem like they've done anything else besides Phantom Signal and Phantom Glory. And So I don't know if this is an attempt to be something like a new Portal. It kind of does seem like it's something like that, with even more physics you can manipulate, and you can like rewind time and different versions of different realities backwards and forwards. It looks pretty crazy. Multiple body control. So all these concepts are interesting. It's early access right now. 120 levels after the final release. Puzzles explain the game's rules and comprehending them. Logical puzzles. This is just part 1. There's already a ton of new ideas planned to enjoy the next parts as the next parts are released. What are people saying? Positive, 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 positive. Way too easy. I got the whole game through in just 50 minutes. I spent most of the time on the last bridge that you can fall through. Good game nonetheless. Well, this is just supposed to be part 1. Let's see what the negative people say. Well, there are no negative ones, apparently. Labeled as helpful. They're all positive. How much do they want for this game in early access? 40% off, $2.40. I'll do this. Like, slightly concerning that the only English languages are both are English and Russian, because that implies that this is a Russian developer, and in a very stereotypical way, that's a little weird. Like, I don't really trust Russian video game developers to finish their products. But everything I see looks good. So I'm putting this weirdly named, poorly named game test. I guess if it's Russian, it also explains why the period is in front. Expected behavior. It came out March 8th. I'm putting it on the wish list to follow if it comes out of early access at any point in the future and is an actual finished game. That will be cool. I should have probably played that if I could, but I don't think I could have. Moving on, Arc System Works has announced a food gobbling rhythm game called Eat Beat Death Spike Sand for Switch, featuring characters from the Blaze Blue series. I want to see this. It's coming out March 22nd worldwide on the Nintendo eShop for $7. Like, there's a bunch of songs that are Japanese songs that I don't recognize. And let's see. A couple of characters, not a ton, maybe about 5. Let's watch this trailer and see what this is. It's E for everyone, according to the trailer. Or the trailer's E for everyone. I never am certain about that. Honestly. Like, is the trailer E for everyone or is the game E for everyone? Have to select a minion apparently. Let's go ahead and destroy this guy. So, you're playing as this character that's just like a face. And you're running around this curved planet. And you're trying to get the beats left and right. there's like a left and right on the screen, which maybe that's a left and right trigger or a left and right button on the Switch. And there's 3 playable characters, and then they're dragging behind them another character that doesn't seem like they're playable. Deal 3 damage. Free. In the turn. You know, for all of its description, this game is actually pretty boring looking. Eat Beat Dead Spike Sand for the Switch. Looks like... sounds like an interesting concept. Not really. A game called Code of Princess EX has been announced for the Switch. It's an upcoming remake of a 3DS hack and slash action game. It's going to come to North America this summer for $40, which is a pretty high price. Let's watch the trailer and see if it's rated teen and it has partial nudity in it. And it does look like a Streets of Rage type brawler. I think I've already talked about this game. It's such a just incremental improvement to take a 3DS game and make it a Switch game, to the point where it's kind of like not noticeably better. I'm running into that issue right now. Like, this looks like it would have been a fine game 10 years ago. And it would have actually had pretty good graphics 10 years ago. But now it just seems like a lack of effort. A lack of polish on the animation style. Let's see. Close that. I bet I have some jobs somewhere around here that we can briefly cover before we wrap up the stream and move on to the silent post show. Victory. Why were people... For some reason I have this game called Crusaders of Light that has a 56% positive rating on Steam. It came out April 20th. It's like a Hong Kong MMO. I don't know why. It's free to play. Somebody must have talked about it for some reason, but I don't see anything. If I get a quick disconnect on this game, that would be very nice. Now this game, Golem, is interesting because I could have sworn that there was a game called Golem for the PlayStation VR. Maybe it's called Totem. And I'm confusing the two. Golem is expected to be out early, but later than now this year. And the trailer I'm seeing is not VR. It's a side-scrolling platforming game where you're playing as a girl who controls a golem that shapeshifts, and you're doing puzzles. And there's really nothing wrong with this game, but also kind of nothing super special. Like, this looks like less quality than The Hat in Time by maybe one notch. It may still be a very good game, and it may get some more polish on it. Side-scrolling puzzle adventure game about a young girl and her shape-shifting golem. And this really is just another PC Gamer article with no actual information. I did mention, I think at last stream, that Microsoft is introducing a new installer format that could mean big changes for Windows 32 and UWP programs. Could, but won't, is pretty much the case there. Microsoft tries to get people to jump on board on all kinds of things, and then nobody ever does it. Let's see. Semblance, a puzzle platformer about bending the rules. Let's see, is there any information on this PC Rock Paper Shotgun article, actually? A Semblance is out later, early 2018, and can be wishlisted on Steam here. And I guess that's all I can really do about it. Looking at the trailer, it looks alright. It's kind of has a Super Meat Boy style of gameplay, with the difference being, and it kind of is a good difference, is that you can bend and change the platforms that you're working on. So in the trailer, there's laser beams in your way, so you bend up the ground to block the laser beams. So there's a lot more bouncing and manipulating yourself. Honestly, there still looks like too much Super Meat Boy for me, so while I did wishlist it, the truth is I probably won't ever play this game, Semblance. Turn everything to everybody's hand or destroy it. It's just in the turn. HQ Trivia has secured $15 million in funding, so people who like that app will probably be interested in that. Although, in all fairness, it's probably a little too late now. Yeah, here's some jobs. I'm just gonna skip through these really quick. Senior animator job at Deep Silver Volition, located in Champaign, Illinois. A cinematic designer at Remedy Entertainment in Helsinki, Finland. A mobile game producer at Island Brains in San Mateo, California. A tools programmer at Creative Assembly in Horsham, England. A senior backend energy engineer at CCP in London, England. And that was one page. Let's see. Gamasutra has an article called "Check out this now open source code powering the UI layout in Heaven's Vault." Heaven's Vault, a game that is in development that will let's see what this does. Do I want to play a spell, or do I want to put these guys on the field? Let's put these guys on the field. Heaven's Vault is a game about an alien language, and so, like, it sounds like it's too ambitious now if you've got your own open source code and you're making a game. Infinity Ward is hiring for a user interface engineer at Woodland Hills, California. Skip that. That was the exact same article. And so I'm at the Humble Bundle, and let's see. There's a Code Your Own Games book bundle that I honestly don't think that's the right way to learn. Like, I think you really need to learn programming from a classroom to begin with. Otherwise, you're just going to reinforce bad habits. The Brawler bundle has 3 days and 14 hours to go. Some good deals there for brawling games. Again, I'd love somebody to gift me tweet me some of the, well, not tweet me, but direct message me on Twitter some of those codes if they have some duplicates. You could get the 3 games for $1, 3 Steam keys that way, or if you play $5.46 over the average, you'll get 2 more. If you pay $9 in total, you'll get 2 more. And let's see, Twitch. Is there anything new on Twitch? Not really. Nobody's found my Twitch account yet, not surprisingly, since I don't really have anything on it. And we're back to Twitter to see what in the several hours of me playing have I gained. Let's see, this. Is there anything any of these do? This. And that. Play that. Oh, here's a new story. A PUBG team loses $12,000 prize after being disqualified for cheating. Man, these esports, they are not starting off on the good foot. We gotta read that article. I can't just leave it there. ESL ruled that Ian Bawawaka Crow exploited a glitch that enabled him to see through walls. Optic Gaming finished in second place in a recent PUBG Invitational tournament at the IEM contest, earning a tidy $12,000 prize money. I wonder if half of these tournaments just don't want to pay the money, and so they're trying everything they can do to make let's see. Like, it really wouldn't be unheard of for people to run tournaments and events and take the money and run and not pay off prizes, not pay off anything like that. There's even special laws specifically when having rulings and drawings to make sure that they are forced to See, the video I'm seeing of the wall glitch, because they kind of have it here, shows somebody turning around in the wall and potentially unintentionally looking through the he's saying, I hopped in the corner to get as close as physically possible to the car rotation to track its movements. If you watch the match live and are familiar with the terrain, there is no benefit to having vision of that hill during that scenario. And like, that's the truth of it. Like, it looks like he's trying to hear, and that's what he was saying. He was trying to physically be close enough to hear a car. There's literally nothing he sees. He just sees an empty field. So in this instance, again, it feels like just bad management. bad management, and that's really the kind of call that should have been made the other way, in my opinion, just to make the game fun and not boil games like this down to games of penalties and games of drama. Like, it's so annoying to try to watch like a football game and have it just be like offsides, penalty, 2-minute timeout. Is like, just let the players play. And this is PUBG, not Overwatch, so it's a completely, well, one assumes it's a completely different league, but honestly it may not be. It may just be all the same parent company. ESO. Let's see. Like, I wouldn't want to watch any of these tournaments now if half of them are going to end in controversy and in complaints and people not paying what I would imagine he's due. The entire team lost that money because of this decision, not just that one person. Man, PC Gamer's on a tear. But like, prominent Overwatch moderator apologizes following revenge porn scandal. Uncle Swag moderated more than 100 Twitch channels, including the official Overwatch League stream. A popular figure and moderator in the competitive Overwatch scene known as Uncle Swag has apologized after being accused of having a history of hoarding and spreading revenge porn featuring Twitch community members. Wow. Is this just the new adpocalypse? Is YouTube's not in the news for 5 minutes, so let's instead attack all the esports players? Or are all esports players just scumbags at this point? Uncle Swag has never been an employee at Blizzard. He was part of the community-driven moderation team, which is currently being dissolved in favor of an in-house team. So, people are sending him porn and he's disseminating it? I don't even know or care to follow this story. This is ridiculous. This is just as ridiculous as the matchmaking in Hearthstone. How did I play 200 cards then? Can we get a nice story, Twitter? Instead of just awful stories. PC Gamer posting the same story 2 different times. We can talk about that on Monday. It's just another game out. Are we really gonna end on nasty stories? Tyler McVicker of Valve News Network. He tweets too much about personal stuff, in my opinion. And like, he needs to split his Twitter into a personal Twitter and have the main one that's at Valve News Network be only about Valve News. Because it's kind of disingenuous what he's doing right now. He's he's doing a bait and switch, I suppose, in a small way. There's a game called Content Creator Simulator that came out. The Evil Within number 45, that's gotta be close to the last episode. Came out 3 hours ago on my channel. Keep on playing. Keep on playing. Scrolling down my Twitter, trying to find anything nice to say. Nice to report on. Deal 5 damage. The CEO of YouTube has tweeted, "Wow, so cool that new butterfly species named for a YouTuber called Emily Grozzoli and YouTube creator of the Brain Scoop. Congratulations." That's a weird tweet, out of context. I'm just dying. I'm gonna lose. Borderland titles are on sale now on Steam, so if you don't have every Borderland games, I would recommend getting them while they're not cheap. Like, you really can't go wrong with Borderlands unless you just hate first-person shooters with comedic storyline and RPG elements. Light RPG elements. I'm gonna have to be careful about some of these games that are new to Steam. Some of these Unity demos and asset flips actually look decent enough to trick me. What in the world was that? What was that card? Elemental Destruction. Deal 6 damage. Keep on scrolling down the Twitter. Here's a game that's caught my eye. I'll look at it more Monday. I guess this weekend is all going to be about doing paperwork for me. If I can get all the videos scheduled and uploaded, then I suppose I'll have to decide what the next game to play is. There's certainly a lot of them to do. Got plenty of games to play, never enough time. Speaking of never enough time, in the post show we need to win. I can cheat to get this. I can just play ranked play to get this, and I would like to get up to rank 20 on my main account either. Here's a quote. War Inspector says the White House violent video game reel is simply disgusting. The famed designer said the games that appeared in the video game are in colossal bad taste. Interesting. Well, he probably doesn't know anything about any of those games. So, yeah, if you just edit all of those scenes together, many of which were controlled and made by the player, not the actual creator of the game themselves. Like, you get into some weird argument there. It's like, if the game just coincidentally allows you to stab an enemy, and then you take it as a player to the extreme and line up 1,000 enemies and stab them all in a row, like, was that the intent and the creative intent of the game creator? If you have Gary's mod and you can just mod something really really violent into a scene, the like who's responsible for that content or that video? A lot of games just give you the options, but it's not even their main focus to be violent, although a lot of games are centered around a gameplay mechanic that is violent. And I would like to see the video game industry try to make games that aren't centered around violence, but it's kind of hard. People don't want anything except for violent fighting, shooting games. They don't really respond to the Mahjong solitaires and the card solitaire games, or puzzle games. Even Portal had to be had to have a gun in your hand to catch a lot of people's attention. Well, that's it for my Twitter. Tragic Master, I guess, never came back on or never wanted to play me. That's fine. It's time to go to the post show. We've still got some work to do, certainly. 4 recordings today. As always, a really good Friday, too. I want to point that out. A lot of people in the chat, like, maybe I can now have hope that there's no going back, that we won't have dead Fridays like I used to have. Maybe somebody will always come. Somebody will always say hi. New people are coming on every stream and saying hi. That's great too. That's it for this recording, though. On to the post show, silent post show. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below in the description box. If you want to support me, gift me a game on Steam. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
berries, my favorite. Oh!
One for all and all for me.
Warriors of the frozen wastes, rise.
Rexa versus Gul'dan.
Your soul shall be mine. Let the hunt begin. The legions I command. shall not pass.
I'll never tell.
shall bring victory.
For Doomhammer. Doomhammer. Job's done.
your homes.
Reporting for duty.
done.
Well played.
Thrall versus Thrall!
For Doomhammer! For the Frost Wolves!